Just seeing remarks from Fez Kugler. Says tariffs shortages are important to consider when forecasting what inflation will do. Just hearing from US President Trump on Truth Social. Says yesterday China issued retaliatory tariffs of 34% on top of their already record-setting tariffs and non-monetary tariffs, legal subsidization of companies and massive long-term currency manipulation. Trump says, therefore, if China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, April 8th, the US will impose additional tariffs on China of 50% effective April 9th. Additionally, all talks with China concerning their requested meetings with us will be terminated. Repeating that again, therefore, if China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already trading abuses by tomorrow, the US will impose additional tariffs on China of 50% effective April 9th. That would be Wednesday. Just seeing immediate downside in equities on that news. So Trump there just threatening China with additional tariffs of 50% on Wednesday if it does not withdraw its latest 34% additional tariff increase in all US imports.
Morning, everybody. Of course, we got some tariff news. More of it. But back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Here we go. Okay. Morning, everybody. Alrighty, let's take a look at these markets. We had ourselves a absolute monster of a face ripper earlier today. Holy moly. First off, good morning to everybody. Steve, Kyle, Evan, Red 5, Denny, Sean, Luca, Samson, James, Andy, Rosebud, Qualms, Gold Runner, Exotic, Billy Bob. Good morning, Doppler. Everyone tuning in. King, good morning. All right. Hope you all had an opportunity to watch the brief last night. It was a long one. Kind of built out the deck over the weekend. There was a lot of different charts, a lot of new stuff that I shared. From a longer term perspective, from a shorter term perspective, shoot, we had data from 1929. Okay, that's kind of crazy. All right, you're hearing a lot about 87 Monday, Black Monday, and all this stuff, but this is, the worst Black Monday I've ever seen. Meaning that this ain't Black Monday. This is whatever. Just volatility. Okay, so as far as market net flow goes for the market, do we really have an edge right now? Not really. It's been kind of hit and miss. I will say earlier today, I'm in the Discord in the little day trading pit, and this massive order came in over here right before the news that there was a 90-day pause on tariffs And I didn't know that the news was coming out or anything, but I pointed it out because I was like, that's the biggest like order that I've seen ever here on this chart. And shortly thereafter, right, I can't zoom in on this little thing. Shortly thereafter, the market just went on this bazooka of a tear to the upside to shortly there come after and say that it was fake news. And the market reverted back in on itself, creating, once again, more of a negative divergence here. And we're seeing that again. And now, you know, we're well off the session lows, being down here at that daily implied move, coming back into the tariff announcement VWAP, which we discussed on yesterday's brief, and that is holding as that level of resistance. But there is some more news that just hit the tape when I stepped away for 15 seconds about increasing tariffs. I believe it was with China, was it? If China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, the United States will impose additional tariffs of China of 50% effective April 9th. So a lot of this tariff news, for those that maybe haven't traded a Trump market before, this is quite common to get these blasts back and forth. What's not common is the extent to which we're seeing these large moves, obviously, in the S&P 500 and how violent they actually are. So we've been planning out some key levels to trade. One of the key levels was the expected move for the week. And I didn't quite get down to that level today, but I did manage to take a little bit of a trade, and I'll walk you through that. And I've already scaled out of it, but I still have some on. I scaled out more than 2/3 of it. That's not what I want to look at. I want to look at this. That's not what I want to look at either. Actually, this is kind of a cool chart. This is actually the SPX, and it came down. This is SPX 500 USD, so CFDs. But it did come out in last night's trade back to the 2022 high, or 2021 high, I guess, into 2022. I would call it 2022 high. I believe this was a weekly candle that hit that high. And we came in and we bounced from that level. And it was also actually kind of in confluence with this low and this low. If you connect those two to a trend line, kind of in this confluence, area of confluence of potential support. But that's not what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show the SPY. And I want to do it on the daily time frame. So the main level that I was watching for was if we just get some sort of outsized move on Monday, which we did kind of in the overnight session. People were freaking out. And rightfully so. There was a lot of contracts being traded in ES. I mean, I think that there was like 1 million contracts or so traded in ES overnight, that is like legendary volume right there. That's some big trade. So it's definitely, you know, not an easy market here. But we didn't quite get down there during the cash session. That was what I was more kind of looking at. But we did get down into, after we opened, we had a little bit more of a sell-off into the lower daily implied move. So I did take a little bit of a scalp.
Energy update, Black Sea, CPC
in
blend oil
technology stocks,
exports
which we
revised
talked about
down to
yesterday, because it
1.6
got
million
pretty
barrels per day
extended.
for April
And
from 1.7
as we were
million
moving,
in the previous plan,
these type of
according to
aggressive
Reuters
moves, like
sources.
it rarely lasts. Like you do typically gets phased and then has to like settle back in. But as we're coming back into this quarterly expected move and then also this VWAP, I started to begin to scale out of that position. Given the context that we're still below declining 5-day moving averages, we're still in negative gamma territory. So it's a tactical approach. It's a tactical approach to markets. It's fast. It's aggressive. It is what it is. That's kind of where we're at right now. And if you know that's not your style, then you just got to be patient and wait for the right market conditions to kind of pop back up. So if we go into, sorry, I'm watching a couple of screens here. Some 0-date levels. 5,000 seems to be one of the bigger, shorter term option strikes here. And then 5,100 as well. Let's go into the gamma levels here. 5,000 is this level right here, and then 5,100 is slightly there above it. On the downside, the next one would be 49.50, which is slightly there below it. So we saw just this massive volatility today. Oh my goodness, this is some crazy, crazy trade. If I'm going to be posting any trades today and doing them live, it's going to be, once again, scalps. I did scalp this morning. I can show you my trade journal. I've been testing out a new strategy, been recording some of the trades. It's a pretty high win rate strategy. That's actually part of it right there, which you just heard ringing in the background. It's a pretty high win rate strategy, but it requires some pretty fast movements. So it's not for everybody. We're doing it live. This is what the calendar looks like for April. I'll post April and March. I started this really kind of keeping track of this in March, and I started doing it through a couple prop firms, and it's through the futures market. But I started it out slowly here in March. All right. I had a down day. It was really well managed, only 48 bucks. And then April.
Just back to Fed's Kugler says new tariffs will be
right
consequential.
So it's
says
been
have
pretty,
already started seeing some
good.
increase in prices.
The trades look high, like 65 trades. I didn't actually place 65 trades. Well, I guess technically, in theory, I did play 65 trades, but I'm doing it across a couple accounts now, so that the amount of trades went up. So it kind of looks off. But I'm not trading that many different I'm not going in and out 65 times really. On the live stream on, I think it was Friday, I did it 2 times on live, but then it was a couple of times prior to that, I believe, too, as well. Or that would have been, actually, that was a different
says
account,
inflation expectations have moved up, mainly short-term expectations.
As far as like the profit factor and all that stuff goes, the win rate and all that good stuff, it looks like this. Right now, it's just insane. Almost an 88% win rate, a profit factor of 9.1, and the current streak is 45 trades green in a row. So it's a high win rate strategy. And the unfortunate thing is I'm not really quite sharing it all yet. I know a lot of people in here already know exactly what it is that I've been using and talking about, and it's been to fade. But the reason why I haven't really walked through it yet is because a lot of the times when people see the high win rate, they think that they can go all in and go hard and make a lot of money fast. That is not this strategy. This strategy is to use very small amounts of money and capital and slowly build an account and scale. So if you go too big too fast,
says on that 2% inflation target, this is a priority to make sure inflation does not move up.
We're going to take a look here at the markets and see if there's we can look at individual names, see how they're shaping up to be. Right now, since I've gotten live, there's not much movement yet in the markets since I've been live.
Kugler says monetarily restrictive interest rates affect households, but inflation also affects households in a negative way.
NQ, we're above the opening range right now, and it looks like we're going to be coming back into it. Where is price? So here's NQ on the left-hand side. Let me put this up here. This is a 30-second time frame. NQ just saw this just massive move. I mean, from here, from this little area, 17.3.
Kugler says so far economic activity data looks positive for
absolutely
Q4.
Bonkers. And we came into this VWAP, which I believe that was, I don't know exactly which VWAP that was, but it was important enough for me to mark it. I'm not going to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure that was the tariff announcement VWAP, if I remember correctly. And we found resistance there, okay? Gamma Labs does not have market net flow, although that'd be really cool if they ended up doing that. I should ask them about it. I would, oh my gosh, that'd be such a big benefit.
Kugler at the Fed
the trade
says
tracker,
seems to be front-loading of auto sales.
It's through my journal, through my prop firm, but I believe that they, I think it's powered by a company called Trade Sage or something like that. Trade Sage.
And on Q1, Kugler says may show more strength than we imagine.
So.
It says consumer confidence moderating.
Today, man, oh my goodness. What another day today. We'll go into the market watch. I want to just show you. So this is the advanced decline line for S&P 100. We were full-blown
Kugler
correlated
says
actually
there's
today.
a lot of uncertainty which holds back business investment. Need to pay attention to that, and says some step back in retail sales.
A full-blown correlation today. We were 101 stocks declining and 0 advancing stocks. So every stock in the S&P 100 was down, and then
OPEC March
we get that big boost, and see all these green dashes on the screen? All these stocks went positive and then reversed. Like TXN got up over 6% up. NVIDIA was up over 7%. Now it's back down to negative. But we're talking this was down 9%.
Fed has to be careful.
Absolutely crazy. So, I mean, like, look at the range of these candles. Look at NVIDIA today. Wild, right? Very, very big low candle, very big high range. These can spark capitulations and moves like that, right? You get a strong move down, and then you get these kind of bullish reversals like this. It's nice to open at the low and then go higher. If this is closed at the high today, that'd be one powerful potential, I should say, reversal candle. Not to say that it'd be the all-time bottom or anything like that, but those type of candles do and have sparked reversals. One that I think of right out of the top of my gate is Mondelez. This was on an earnings move, but as you can see here, see Mondelez goes way straight down. Then we had a catalyst, right? Earnings. It gapped way down and closed at the highs, right? That's a big reversal candle, and they have the potency to potentially spark reversals. All right, so ignore what name it is or anything like that, but just know that on a downtrend like this, and you get a big change in trend like this intraday on bad news, by the way, and then high volume, and it changes on, this could spark reversal. So, and that doesn't mean that it can't go back down, obviously, right? Once again, I have to like clarify that over and over again for whatever reason. Okay, so Q's now down 1.2% on the day, but these things were down. These were down almost 5% intraday, basically 5%, and then intraday, overnight, this thing got down to 398. So well off of its pre-market, aftermarket session lows. And as it stands right now, we're trading within kind of that vol range. You can see we've kind of got outside of it on some, mostly sell side just right out of the gate. Some capitulation. We just blew through the roof on it, came back down and touched it. Now we're just doodling around its lower vol range as things are kind of settling. I do not love the look of these lower highs, right? So what you want to see is that to change. You want to get back above daily VWAP and preferably break through there to the upside. Remember, things are still extended to the downside. That is just a reality of it, but we're in the heat of a lot of different news and stuff so far. So, what we saw here, what I find interesting is once we saw the big move up, they came out immediately, said it was fake news, which makes me think that, the next big move that we get, I don't know if it's going to be intraday, but it feels like the news, any sort of good news would happen overnight. And it's going to just like be one of those big gap, slight ramp and camp sort of days where it's a huge up day, where we get no movement intraday basically, right? And then we just kind of like, if you were in it, congratulations. If you're not, well, you got to wait it out and see what happens, right? Those days on this type of volatility really do suck, but it's definitely a potential. And when that's the problem, if that's the case, what I like to do intraday is what we discussed on last night's brief, is trying to play a move that's lower in some fear and some panic and get some position in to see if it bounces, maybe scale out a little bit and then keep some on for the potential of that to happen. And then you can just sell into the strength. Once again, until things start to regulate, I'm selling into strength. I'm not shorting into strength. Because I'm just not really interested in short selling. It's just not my cup of tea, right? It's just not my cup of tea. I pretty much, so I made some decent money on, especially during the pandemic, on short selling. But the problem that I've realized throughout time is it takes up more stress and more thought and more brain power to focus on long positions and then short positions than it does just to cancel out shorting and then also cancel out my option trading, which has been I do once in a while, I'll do some option trades, but I canceled out option trades a few years back, basically, a few years, maybe, geez, it's been like 2 or 3 years now. Basically canceled them out entirely. And then I started stopping short trading about a year ago, or basically, around 2022. I stopped towards the bottom because there was some short trades, but basically cut that out too. And now I'm just focusing mainly from a long perspective with a heavily focus on risk, clearly. And I noticed that when I just kind of take things away, I tend to do significantly better. So yeah, can I make some extra money shorting? Sure. But is it worth the extra, brain power versus just being patient or being out of a position, being flat? And that's up to you to decide, right? You don't need to trade like me or be like me. I know a lot of people that short and do great, right? For example, right? I saw the opportunity of a bull trap over here and people are like, well, oh, yeah, I see that you call it and you're like, woohoo, but did you short it? And I'm like, no, I didn't. Well, so I protected my capital. That's what matters most to me. So I hope that gives like a little bit more insight there of kind of my approach, right? I don't like going both ways, back and forth very fast. And if I do short, okay, because I do still, but very far and few between, it's typically much faster from like an intraday basis. Or two, if I have a short on, it's going to be like half the size. It's going to be about half the size of any long position that I have on. So if my max long position is, it goes up to like 10%, sometimes a little bit higher, depending on, conditions of the market, my max short is going to be about 5%. Like it's not going to be, a Michael Burry type trade where I go all in on a short position and then they make a movie out of me. I'm never going to I'm never going to have a movie made about me ever, for one. But two, it'll never happen from the short perspective. You see what I'm saying?
Just making you aware, CNBC.
Even if I had hundreds of millions of dollars to make that trade.
On X says China's message to U.S. President Trump today. We are prepared.
I don't have a percent target profit on my account per week. I don't even use targets, to be quite honest with you. I have an idea for a target given the context that it helps me structure a trade based off of risk and reward. Okay, we're at 5,000 now for the S&P 500, which was once again was one of these levels right here, kind of the put wall. So if we can get through it and hold it, that'd be a more positive sign. But I don't really, I structure my trade with an idea for a profit for an idea. But the thing is, like, my targets are always like, they're rarely ever perfect. And what happens if it exceeds my targets? So I create the trade and I structure the trade based off of like risk reward. I'm like, oh, it makes sense. It can probably get back up to here and my risk is down here. Okay, I like that. So I'll structure the trade. But when it gets to these targets, there's a couple of things that I do. One, as price goes to the target, I'm getting new data, right? So the original trade was structured here, but as time progresses, I get more data and I have to reanalyze my risk to reward. So for example, if my entry was right here and my target was right here and the price goes very fast up to here, right? First and foremost, like now my reward is here and now my risk would be down here. So what do? I can potentially take partial profits given the context of this new data of this big, strong move and sell a bit into it. And, or I can update my stop, which is another way of locking in, right? There's things that can obviously happen, but locking in gains, right? So I always take it from an approach of a couple of ways that you can manage risk in a various trade. And I do use targets to an extent, but they're never hard sets because if it keeps going, I want at least a little bit of it. And I need data to tell me whether to get some out or get in or keep in, right? One of the biggest problems that I've had throughout the years is keeping my trades on for longer, periods of times because I don't like dealing with a lot of the volatility and setbacks during an expansion. So when things get very tight, I like to make my money very quickly. And then I like to update my stops and or take some out because I don't want my capital locked up for a long period of time and deal with a lot of sideways movement. I want my trade to work for me really quickly, and I want my capital back, and I want to look for the next trade that might expand in volatility. That's how I prefer to approach it. Other people might prefer to be like, oh, this, value investing. They want to hold it for a long time and deal with a lot of volatility over the course of years. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's been a very profitable thing, but there's 3 different buckets for each person, right? You have your investor bucket, you have your swing trading bucket, and you have your day trading bucket, right? And these kind of hybrid together for sometimes. And sometimes day traders actually take their income and move their profits into an investing bucket where they just buy and dollar cost average, right? So there's not a one-way approach to this. You can do everything. But I just suggest you have a process and a plan for each. Like this move, like in my long-term accounts, I'm getting blasted, right? I'm getting blasted in my retirement accounts, but I'm also, 30, how old am I? Shoot, 37? Am I 38? Jeez, I don't even know. I got to look. I was born in 1987. So my gosh, why? I don't even know if I'm 37 or 38. I'm one of those ages, and I know that the plan is not to retire anytime soon. So I can deal with this volatility, and I can keep adding in down here on that investment account. Now my swing trading account or more leverage type trades, they're not really leverage, but they're more potent trades, higher beta because they're individual stocks for the most part, right? And I can't hold down 20% on a swing trade. Like I'm not going to get it back. I'm not going to get that back. It's going to blow me up, especially if I do that 3 or 4 times, right? So I'm here with you on this downside move. If your portfolio is getting, blown, I'm right there too. It's not blown, but you get my point, right? But my swing trading account, I've been managing to hold up, and that's important to me because a lot of these gains can be taken out of my day trading or swing trading and move into my investment bucket. So nothing stops from the investment perspective. I still, try to do 10 to 15% here and there every, monthly, if I can get to that number, right? It just depends on situations and stuff. And during the process of moving, right, I had to do some, had to take, one of my swing trading accounts out. That was in 2023. So I had to kind of reset my swing trading accounts. I was in 2023, I was in the United States Investing Championship. And in 3 months, I pulled 30%. And I was like, we kind of need this money to move into this new house and so forth. So I was just like, I gotta reset these accounts. So I did, pulled them. And then 2024, I spent building a swing trading account back up. And now I'm trying to do it again with all this just volatility going on, man. This is crazy. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. So if it's just not easy. And if anybody says that it is, or tries to make you think that it's easy to make money in these markets, first off, I guess it is easy to make money in these markets. It's much harder to keep the money that you make. Getting a little bit of a pop back here in the markets. Let's take a look at some of these individual names. Sorry, I'm kind of ranting on here, but it all kind of makes sense as I'm watching these markets. And if there's a trade setup, I'll talk about it, right? If it's on my screen here, or if you want to pull it up and I can, various names, we can look at them. But right now, I'm rather calm here and collective in this volatility. S&P 500 is down 72 basis points, right? There was a lot of fear going into today's trading session. We're unchanged basically on the day. What you're hearing right there is that the tick reading, that ring that you hear is a tick reading, and I use that for trading. Thanks, Baron. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, Trader Forever, on that stuff too, right? If I just get out of it, I'm right there with you. But the thing is, the account's built slowly over time, right? So it's not like I'm not trying to, like in hindsight, obviously, I wish I could have done that. I'm not fighting you with that. I'm not fighting that. And there is processes in place that I can hedge it. I just don't want the added stress of doing it on that main account. I just don't want to deal with it. I just would rather be very consistent, and that's that. I mean, it's a strategy in and of itself. It's going to be there for many, many years. And I just don't want to make those decisions because I will eventually get tripped up and be wrong. So I just want to be like, okay, I'm adding another 15% in from my income this month and maybe another 15% here. Nothing crazy. Like, right. The account is built so slowly over time that I'm not worried about it because it's been, when your account grows, like if I just now started a retirement account and I threw in $1 million, I'm just going to be more realistic, $100,000 into it, and it just dropped 20%, I'd be sweating bullets. If I just started and it's already down 20%, I'd be sweating bullets. But that's not what happened. What happened is just consistently invested over time and we're down 20%. And I'm like, whatever, who cares? Because I've been used to the volatility throughout this time during the pandemic, right? I was just investing, right? Then I actually started getting into some random stuff, and like I bought like silver and gold, and I got lucky. I bought physical gold and silver, which I wish I still held that, but it got to a point where I just had a little bit too much of it, and I was well up in the position, or I guess the asset itself, and it just got to a point where I was like, I can't hold on to this in my house anymore. It's just not safe. So I had to dump it, which sucks because now it's up like another $700 an ounce. But once again, it comes down to like in my head, it was more stressful to have it in my house than it was to just get rid of it. Like I'd rather like $700 an ounce, $1,000 an ounce, wherever. I forget exactly where I sold it, but I'd rather just
citing people familiar. They do know
not have that stress,
trading platform has
and I'm okay with it. And then I could trade it via paper
outage
if I wanted to. Okay. Thoughts on scalping versus swing trading? Yeah, I love the question there. 1 second, and I'm going to get to that. 38. Hey, Palm Tree, thank you for doing the math there. I was trying to give myself a little bit of extra wiggle room there on my age. Fudge, man. Is investing all my money into Tesla 10x factor short dumb? I started renting out my wooden Norwegian shacks again. Is it any brains? First time chatter, Danny. I don't quite understand the question. Investing all my money. I mean, investing all your money into one name is risky. If you have the tolerance to do risk, I mean, it could be really dumb or it could be really beneficial, right? It really comes down to the individual. For me, that would be dumb. For you, I have no idea. All right, there's no right or wrong here. It's right or wrong for you and for that specific person, right? I'm not gonna say it's dumb. Right? If you're like
just go back to
18 years old and you have some insight on this thing, and you're not gonna, and you know you're gonna be making more money over the course of your life. Like I don't know
how businesses will react. How much of the time?
Sometimes, I mean, the reality of markets is it takes money to make money, and it requires you to take risks. But more importantly, the risks that you take, they need to be educated risks. Now, is that educated risk? For me, no, it wouldn't be an educated risk. For you, I don't know. I don't have that answer. Because everyone's different, right? Old Grumpy, I will. Done. So there you go. Okay, so back to the question of as far as scalping versus swing trading. Okay, so scalping and swing trading are two different strategies, right? And the thing here is scalping works in an environment where you see increased volatility. Swing trading actually works significantly better. I mean, it depends on your swing trading strategy. Some people like to fade swing trade, but others most likely are trend traders in swing trading. That's the more popular one, and they do breakouts. This works better in low volatility environments. So there's not one's better than the other. It's what are the market conditions, and when the market conditions are in this bucket, which strategy works better, and when the market conditions are in this bucket, which strategy is better. And the way that I determine market conditions is by looking at two factors. I look at a lot of things, but the main two factors is going to be the gamma flip line, which is this S&P 500 gamma flip line, and you can see prices below it. When we're below the gamma flip line, volatility tends to increase. So that is my signal saying that, hey, it might be a better time to do shorter term scalping trades. And if I'm swing trading, it may be better to start to scale back a bit and just manage what I have on. I show this chart very frequently. And this chart right here, let me edit it because we're still technically in the negative gamma environment. Dang it. Where was it? It was this day right there. Okay. Boom. So what am I showing right here specifically? These gray shaded boxes are indicating when we go under the gamma flip line in the S&P 500. And then they stop at the point of us exiting the gamma flip line. So now notice, all of a sudden we cross through it and then volatility increase. We cross through that gamma flip line, volatility increase. Little pops over here, volatility increase. Little pop over here, boom, volatility increased. Okay, so being at this area where we're under the gamma flip line, which we've been under it now for how long? We've been under it for, geez, I don't even know. It's been a lot of time. I can tell you, time series. I'm not gonna count all these days, but we've been in here for this many days, so 30 plus trading days. Okay, we flipped under there on February 21st. Okay, so what's that look like on the SPY? February 21st was this day right here. Whoa. February 21st was this day right here. Boom. You see that? Dang, base flyer, you didn't need to do all that, man. I appreciate that, base flyer. I know exactly who you are. I've seen your name show up on my feeds before. Thanks, dude. You really didn't need to do that. Hey, base flyer, quick question. Did we play that game before online? I posted randomly on Twitter one day when I think it was still Twitter, maybe X. Were you one of the person that joined in on that? It was called like Leroy or something like that. It was like a little worm game by any chance? There was like 5 people that joined, and I can't remember exactly who it was, but for some reason, base flyer sounds familiar on that game. If so, that'd be pretty funny. For those that don't know, I like to play some online games, and that was like a random one that I played when I was like young in like elementary school. Well, not even like high. Oh shit! It was elementary and high school. It was like on a dial-up connection, Leroy or something like that. It's like this little worm game. Was it you? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Need a Fortnite stream? I love playing Fortnite. Although I get now I'm at the point where I feel like I'm getting better, so now I'm like get all worked up about it when I like die easy. I'm like, okay, I gotta chill out. Gives me all this stress when I'm supposed to just unwind. I'm like, oh, a 7-year-old just smoked me. But yeah, I'd be down to do a Fortnite stream. I don't know how to do that. I have an Xbox. I don't know how to connect it and do all this stuff. But we can have some people who ever play the games. We could sync up and play. I play with one of my followers from a while ago. We play all the time. Now whenever he's on, we just sync up. So if any of you guys want to join on that stuff, I'm on Fortnite pretty frequently. I like to unwind at the end of the night and play a few games. I gotta find. I think my Fortnite name is Mike P Silva. So it's the same as my Twitter.
Now beginning work to gradually restore CME.
So you can add me. You're gonna have to let me know and ping me on Twitter so I know who it is, because I have like a lot of different people that try to add, and it's like a big list that I don't know who's who. So you'd have to let me know. But okay. It's fun. It's fun to just joke around on Fortnite, and just have some fun. But yeah, whatever. It's. I'm at this level now where it's like almost too hard to play. Everyone's like way better than me, and I'm like, okay, this is annoying. All right. I'm keeping an eye on the markets. They haven't gone anywhere yet, but I will say what's nice is that it is still, at least at the moment, holding up rather well despite the fake news, right? So we're still kind of, we're digesting all that bonkerness. We're down slightly on the trading session today. You can see this is where we closed yesterday. We came up, and now we're just kind of doodling here and around. Market net flow still remains to be not the greatest look for market net flow, quite frankly. I'm not giving us much of an edge right now. And then as far as tick readings go today, they've been kind of all over the place, so I've been a little hesitant on that, but you can see that we've gotten a few readings through 1,000. I did expand my marks up to 950 and minus 950 because I was getting too many alerts down here in the volatility. And I honestly, I only have it at 950 because I'm looking for higher readings. It just to alert me when that happens. So if we get some weird reading down here in the 1200s, I'll probably jump in and I'll scalp the NQ. On the flip side of that, maybe I'll short the markets if we get a reading of over 1200. Oh my God. Is it happening right now as I talk? Get the heck out of here. I'm so annoyed. All right, well, give me a second here. Let me set up and see if we get down here. I'm not loving the chart setup for this, but if we can get down there, I guess that might be something that I might do. I like right when I say that it goes down there. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time and see if we can draw down here. The reason why I don't like it necessarily is because we're not really seeing much fear, but I do want to fade. I want to fade the majority of retail. So you can see we came back up into this area, right, where we saw this original flush, and now we're kind of topping like this little. So I would prefer to see a little bit frothier of a press down and then a reading a little bit deeper, given the context of today's volatility. And it just didn't get there. It just is not there yet. It might, but we'll see. I'll take a look at NVIDIA. I'll take a look at ARCAT. I'll look at SMCI. Don't play it, but you'll watch the streams. Cool. Do you play any other games, or you're not much of a gamer? I can play other games. Oh, did I just delete something? Oh no. Okay. Oop. But base once again, man. Thanks for the super chat. That was beyond like nice. And thanks, Trader Forever. I appreciate all your support and everyone that's been coming to the channel. Yesterday's video got quite a bit of kind of got pushed out a little bit further because one of the reasons I guess it did was because normal viewers ended up engaging with it more. So anybody, people that have been subscribed to the channels that kind of watch my videos, thank you for actually engaging in it, because that did help drive the movie a little bit further, which unfortunately, when it gets to more people, it gets to new people. And when it gets to new people, you get a lot more crappy comments, which is annoying, but it's also kind of funny. But that helps it grow even further. So it is what it is. I guess it's a part of this. It just kind of does suck. You spend your weekend, right, and time that you could be spending with, your family and whatever, building out 60-page chart deck because the market's volatile. And what's your reward for it? You get crappy comments. And on top of all of that, people think you make a lot of money on YouTube. I don't. Like comparatively to my last corporate job, I make basically nothing on YouTube. So it's the Patreon community that helps support the moves, and it helps me kind of free my mind up when I do some active trading to myself for income. Why is my mouse down here? What the heck? Okay, this is weird. So what is going on right now? Y'all, I'm on my desktop trading computer right now, and my laptop's open, and I'm using my mouse on my desktop, and it just switched over to my MacBook. How do I get it back onto my desktop? Oh, there it goes. That's crazy. It was like magic. It just flew over to my laptop. Weird. Okay, I'm back. F them. Here you go. Hey, Generator, thanks for subbing to Tier 1. Thanks, T-Rabbit. Let's take a look here. Let's see. You like Valorant? I haven't played Valorant. I gotta check it out. Is that a good one, Gene? Helldiver? I can take a look at that too. I don't know. I'm not unfamiliar. Trading View stopped all alerts. It's spooky out there. Power Toys. Thanks, Alpha. Thanks, Chase. The quarterly, no, it was the weekly. It was the weekly implied move is the one that I really wanted, and that was down here. We didn't quite get it, so I did play a little bit down here with some tech, and then I basically scaled out pretty quickly. I didn't like hold it all the way to here like perfectly, and I sold more than 2/3 of that because it was a day trade, but I wanted to maybe turn it into a swing trade, so I got lucky, got out. And I guess I got lucky again that price came back down and set up. And I have a little bit on to see maybe if we start to, see a bigger bounce. But, I mean, it doesn't look great right now, to be quite frank. It doesn't look great at all. Let's see here. We might get that 1200 reading. Still watching here. If for anybody that's trading, you know, I apologize if people look for active traders that are just kind of throwing darts out. I personally do not do that. That is a old Michael type of thing, where I felt like I had to take trades. I do not do that anymore. Although I'll be honest, like if I was not live right now, I would probably not even be at my computer. So right now, I guess I am looking for a trade because I'm live, but I'm also being incredibly patient for something to happen. And you can see that here in price. It's just not doing much. First off, not the greatest look as far as market net flow goes. And then two, price has just been going chopping around sideways. Right. As far as news goes, kind of all over the board here today in news. So trading technologies say they are aware of a complete outage affecting market data on multiple exchanges, now starting to work gradually to restore CME. So everybody that's been saying that their data's down, I think that that might have something to do with it. Data outage by trading technologies. Multiple markets. LME trading platform is impacted by the TT outage. Cited Bloomberg. Aware of a complete outage affecting market data on multiple exchanges. Now starting to work gradually to restore CME. So somebody said their stuff was down there. Well, that's probably what we're seeing outages is. The SPY pump that we saw up here had to do with a 90-day pause on tariffs, which was quote-unquote fake news. There was that 1200 reading, and I missed it. Let's see if I can get it again. I'm not gonna enter into this right now. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time here, see if I can press a little bit lower, and then maybe I can do a quick fade trade. I don't love the look of this right here because it's kind of just now breaking, but I know that I probably could have scalped a few points because it could probably easily come back up to about 386, which is right back up here. So in theory, I guess I could have done that, but I just wasn't fast enough. So whatever. Well, there you go. Now it's probably up to the up. Okay, no, never mind. I was gonna say, I was like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah. So we saw a quick little snap there. Once again, these are very, very fast, frequent moves. So don't try to chase and don't try to like, because you probably have like a few second lag anyway. But that's what I'm watching. I'm watching these very extended readings down here, and if I had the opportunity to trade them, I will. But it's very hard to do it live if I'm not focused. And sometimes they come very, very quick. So one way to actually really do this is to widen out time frames and stuff like that. But I also have just found success being a little bit faster. So sorry, I made you miss a trade. That's all good. I'll be flat. That's totally fine with me. Weeble options update was not updating correctly. Interesting. 4600 on SPX. I mean, I think anything's possible right now in these markets. 4800 still on the cards. Like today, are you saying 4800 down here? I mean, that would just be breaking through today's low. I wouldn't necessarily rule it out, but we've already seen quite a bit of volatility. So today, I don't know, but in the cards, sure. I'm not gonna make trades based off of that quite at this moment. I don't really want to try to short after what we've already seen. But then again, I'm not trying to really do any shorting, so. Super Bowl for day traders. Yeah. Super Bowl day for traders, yeah. Thanks, Paul. Wait. Paul Silva? Uncle Paul, is that you? Or is this a different Silva? My middle name is based off of my uncle, Paul. Shebbev, yes. Even Thinkorswim was actually having some weird problems with that earlier. There was definitely some weird data outage. This always happens on all this type of volatility. Right now, SPX is kind of doodling around that 5,000 level, which was the main kind of wall for the day that we pointed out here. See if anything's changed from a 0-day to 2 TTE perspective. Now 5,000 is still that main wall. Then above that is 5,100. Let's take a look quickly to see, is anything in volatility land letting up? We'll take a look at expected moves to determine that. And no, it's not. This is crazy, people. Wait, this can't be right. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I should trust the data or not right now. You know what's funny is, if anybody follows me on X, I posted in there a few days ago that I reached out to support on Thinkorswim platform, because a few days ago the data looked so off to me on these implied volatilities through SPY, SPX, and ES, and they told me, they were like, no, it's based off the options chain. This seems to be all correct data. And I was like, really? Okay. But that's the only time I've reached out, because I was like thrown back by how off it was. And in the next 2 days after that was just massive moves in the market. I'm like, well, I guess if I see something crazy again, I should probably pump my brakes. Hindsight, it's a hell of a drug. But right now we're looking at about $12 of expectations if this is correct. The implied vol says 139%. I don't know. Maybe it is because it's 0 day, but that's high. But $12 of expectations still for this market. So volatility still hasn't really came off. That's insane. And we're just seeing a series of lower highs, kind of higher lows right here, just compressing. I hate seeing this stuff intraday, to be quite honest. I hate this look. For those that know, I always hate seeing this. So we want to get through this, and we want to go. Market net flow still is not giving us much, but it is giving us a bearish convergence. So green line going down is not great. Red line's kind of flat but going up. So they are kind of diverging here, which is not a great sign also for markets. Okay, so that would suggest that we can break and potentially push a little bit lower. But once again, I just don't feel that the trade is quite like the trade that I'm thinking here is just not. I just don't want to get hit by a random news thing and then blown to smithereens. So I just don't see a clean move. It's been a choppy day, right? It's been a choppy day. So I wouldn't press longs here. If anything, right? If you're trying to short under VWAP, there's your stop. Maybe come back in town to here. That'd be a 1-for-1. Maybe press even lower, right? Give yourself almost a 3-to-1. But it's not going to be. They're not going to be easy moves. You're going to get kind of whips and stuff. Hey, that's awesome to know. I appreciate that. I pronounce your name, but all I see is the SP at the end. Obviously, I don't know how to read that, but yeah, thanks SP. I appreciate that, man. Tick inquiry channel. The tick chart is the tick chart's free on platforms. It's not a Trady Ticks thing.
It says the group looking at potential new
It kind of sounds like that because it's called
upstream
Trady Ticks.
after
But
recent
the
deal
tick
with
chart
Vitol.
is actually just like NYSE ticks. So you can pull it up on like TradingView. You can pull it up on
Energy
Thinkorswim
update, Russian court
platform.
rules not to suspend
I don't know what the tickers are for all of them. On Thinkorswim, it's just $sign tick. But it has nothing to do with Trady Ticks, if that makes sense. It's kind of confusing. So this is Thinkorswim platform. Gamma lines for, so this is kind of diverging here even more, which is not the greatest look here, people.
And Chairman Fink says a
SPY is now
20%
down
market drop in 3 days has impacts and potential ripple effects on clients. Fink currently speaking at an economic club in New
SFIX is
York.
not a bad idea. I was kind of looking at that, and I'm glad that I didn't get into it on Friday, on Friday. There's a reading there. So we're going. Okay, here we go. I might actually scalp this. I'll do a 1 MNQ at maybe just above 1240, maybe. If you can get there. right, give me a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna get that. Give me a second here. Yeah, I'm gonna close it. I didn't quite get down to 1240 for a better entry, or for a little bit stronger of a position. But where did I enter? I'll have to show the trade. That was like a 10-second trade there. So that was a few points. It was literally like, I think it was about 20 bucks or 30 bucks. So it was a very, very tiny scalp. I would have probably went 2 MNQs if we got down to 1240, but we still might. So I'm going to keep that. I'm going to kind of wait a second here and see if we can get another reading, and I'll try to redo a re-entry.
Risk.
Come on, press it down. Just a little bit more of a flush. A little bit stronger of a flush.
Just be aware, a bit of US news.
That was one of the lower
Axios
tick readings of the
scoop
entire
says
afternoon. That was the lowest tick reading of the
legislation
afternoon.
introduced by Senators Cantwell and Grassley that would limit
Remember,
the
market net
president's
flow is still
authority
bearish,
to,
so you got to be a little bit more aggressive than
impose tariffs,
usual,
according to
which is
Axios,
already
citing a
pretty
White
aggressive
House
in this
statement.
strategy. But then again, I don't really recommend people to copy this unless if they know exactly what it is that I'm doing. And
BlackRock CEO
I
says
see a
in
little bit
the
of a
long run
breakdown
this is
here on
more
NQ.
buying than a selling
Press it.
opportunity.
There we go. Okay. Let's go, 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 go. So a lot of the times I'd play the 1000 reading, but given today's volatility, I'm just not quite interested in that. So I want a little bit lower. Here we go. Come on. Press it a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. There we go. A little bit more. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right, I'll go 1 MNQ. And give it a second here and see if we can go and scale.
BlackRock CEO
Whoa,
says
these are big
American
ones.
exceptionalism that was talked about in Davos has been thrown out now.
All right, so 1234 or 234 on the reading, which this is just 1 MNQ contract. And I'd seen here if we can snap up a little bit, maybe to about minus 800 on the tick. And there's the pop, and I'm going to sell into that to 260. That was about 50 bucks. Very quick, right? We could potentially go higher, obviously, but I'm not really interested in trying to catch the entire moves. These are scalping. This is picking up pennies, kind of in front of a steamroller, but I'm doing so fading retail to a big extent. Okay, so if I show you what that looked like right there, it was a 1234 was the entry, and then I scaled out basically right up here. Very quick. Very, 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 very abrupt and quick. And, you know, if I did maybe 2 MNQs, maybe I can get one out. But when I'm live, I just do not have the wherewithal to go heavier than usual. I need to be more focused, and I can't quite talk through the trades as I usually I couldn't talk through the trades like I do in my head. Let's just say the least, right? All right. Sucks because I miss out on opportunities, but it is what it is. Just be thankful that I got some change off the change out of the market. Thanks, Hitman. I'm going against. So when I look at ticks, I'm fading the market. So if we get an extended reading to the downside, which by the way, usually I'll look at 1,000, but volatility is too high right now. So I waited for a little bit more aggressive, given the context of what the market's doing, wait for a little bit more of aggressive of a move. And that is I know for a fact ticks aren't going to hold down there for much longer. And I don't necessarily know the market's going to bounce when this bounces, because that's where I can be wrong. So I do small positions once again to keep my win rate high, right? I'm not trying to keep my win rate high necessarily, but I don't want to take a big oversized loss, right? So I'm waiting it out and seeing where price comes to, and I'm doing quick fades is all it is. So if I was to do multiple contracts, what I'd probably do is I'd be looking at the 1,000, maybe 1 MNQ into it, and then I'd wait for a deeper push. In today, I'd be looking for, maybe one MNQ down to 1200. And if we can keep going a little bit more, I might press another MNQ and I'd get out pretty much on the first sight of a nice pop. At least one contract. But the one that I just did there, where we're seeing a pop back in MNQ, right? These are not small moves, right? 230 to 320. That was, 100 points. Wait, am I? Jeez, man, this market's crazy. 100 points in a few seconds, a few minutes. But I didn't catch that. I didn't catch the entire thing. I got out on this just on my initial pop, but I would have probably held some in and updated my stop and probably got wiggled out right here somewhere, maybe around here. Use it in context with the FVG. Sweet, and if it works, it works, Double bottom. For double bottoms, I really like to see price. I guess it just depends on your time frame, but I like to see like price like that and then eventually break through this to officially call it the double bottom. And sometimes I like the little undercut there. Sometimes we don't even get an under. Sometimes I potentially call that a double bottom where you get a higher low, moves down and so forth. So if this was a shorter term double bottom, maybe something like that, and then break through, just kind of like this. I'd consider that in a shorter time frame a double top. All right. But usually when I'm scalping, like I just don't feel confident enough just to do it based off of this technical analysis, especially in higher volatility. So I really wait for that. Like, hey, when are people like all on one side of okay? So once again, think of this as a boat, right? And when when price is down here or when the tick readings are down here, everybody is on one side of the boat and it's about to capsize. So we revert back. When everybody's over here, it's on one side of the boat and it's about to capsize. And it's like a rocking boat. All right. Sometimes we don't get these readings. There's days where we don't even get these readings. There's days where we could do this and we go back and forth like crazy. So when you see this, it's like, oh, that must be a volatile day. Or when you get very deep readings and they hold down there, it's telling you something's off too. A lot of times if you stay under like 800, even 600, you just trend down under there, it's not a healthy sign to get just consecutive low tick
CEO
readings.
says he worries White House actions much more inflationary than the market expects. Further update from Trading Technologies, they note all systems operational after outage.
All right, so it sounds like our systems are back up and running again. SPY just doodling around its lower vol range today. I just hate the look of this chart. It looks nasty. What are you supposed to do with that? I guess what we kind of just did. As far as funded accounts and which one's legit, so I would look at all of them. I would look at the bulk of them and find out which one's best fits your style because every one has different rules, right? And the rules, like if you break a rule, they close your account.
And more from BlackRock CEO.
So as far as legitness, I mean,
chance of 4 or
Top
5
Step has been
Fed
a
interest rate cuts this
main
year.
one, right? They are legit, but you got to follow their rules. I will say this, if you want to succeed in it and you get one of these funded accounts, do the smallest contract possible that the account allows and don't try to rush it. Just don't rush it. Like straight up, you're going to blow the account. If you go a mini in a $50,000 account, right? A mini, which it's not really $50,000, whatever. It's like they give you like $2,000 of wiggle room or whatever the end of day. Some do intraday drawdown. Some do. You got to read the rules because all of them will pay you out, right? The big ones, right? You got Top Step, Apex is a big one, but they have intraday drawdown rules, so you really got to trade small there. You got to do very small. So yeah, I'm doing both, Coach B. I have a prop account that's a funded account, and then I also have my swing trading accounts too, which I've already traded that today, and I'm done for my swing trading stuff. I did a scalp today on that, but right now I'm just looking at intraday scalps right now, and then we can pull up some swing trades too. But the thing is, I just don't got a lot of setups right now. There was another one of those extended readings, right? Minus 1250. I wasn't ready for that. Yeah, I get you, Itwiz. I would just kind of like do some shopping and look around if you were to do it, because the thing is, it's not easy to get paid out on these things, because a lot of the rules are very gray. So you want one that has more like black and white type rules. It says, okay, because you really got to dig into it. Because like sometimes, like I had to post on Discord the other day, I'm like, hey, for those that don't know, if anybody's trading a prop firm, these little funded yogurt shop accounts, they have rules around limit days, and I guarantee you 90% of the people that trade these prop firm things don't even know what the limit is and what that means, and what it means, what they'll do to your account if you hit limit. And a lot of them will just close your account out, even if it's a sim account. It's pretty crazy. SKU's about to break the bull flag. Was this the bull flag right here that you're looking at, like a smaller one? Let me see, like what time frame? I don't really see a clean bull flag right now. I mean, if this was the bull flag here, I mean, maybe, but the context, remember, there's no trend. So bull flags are continuation patterns. So you want to actually see a move higher and then the consolidation to feel a little bit more that, I mean, you don't need that. You don't need that, but that gives you more like ideals in your favor for a continuation pattern to play out, right? Right now, what I'm seeing here intraday is just price action coiling up, and I hate these. I hate the lower highs. I just hate those. And then on top of all of that, I don't like this market net flow where the red line picks up and the green line diverges. It's just not a clean sign for me at all. So the fact that the market's still holding up right here, I'm happy about, but also it looks like it's on the brink of breaking down. So I don't know. Hopefully I'm wrong and we can break this high and head higher, but yeah. If NVIDIA has a more clear bull flag, yeah, let's take a look. So I guess, yeah, I would say that this is a stronger pull. So then you could see stuff like maybe like this. Then you could context it out, maybe go to the 15-minute chart, right? It's still under a declining 5-day moving average, but you can see, right? You do have that, so that is positive, but just know that when you zoom out a little bit, it's still bull flag, more bearish shorter-term context, you know, potentially bullish shorter-term context, which is nice. So that's a good call out and good way to kind of stack multiple time frames and look at, you know, various things that are playing out. That's a great way to look into that, is look at individual names that might be stronger relative.
The administration needs to focus on pro-growth policies.
Yeah, it's Wiz, I get you. I mean, I would say, so, okay, Wiz, there's sometimes like really, really inexpensive like accounts that you can get like on these prop firms, and maybe test it out and trial it. And don't go like too heavy, too fast. Don't go try to get the biggest account, right? Sometimes like Apex, right? I don't like their intraday drawdowns by any means, but my strategy that I use with one MNQ contract to maybe two, I'm in and out very quickly. So it's technically fine as long as my win rate stays up. But sometimes the reason why I'm bringing up Apex, which I personally would, for anybody that's new, I probably wouldn't recommend that one because their rules are very gray. But the reason why I would say, hey, if you want to kind of dip your foot in, sometimes they like run a deal where it's like $16 or $18 for like the 50K combine challenge or whatever it's called. And it's like, okay, you know, if you blow up the account, it's $16 or $20. Right now, I don't know what it's priced at.
BlackRock CEO thinks as we are probably in a
look up
recession
promo
right
codes.
now.
Right. I don't got any. Oh, I got one for Tradeify. Ticker FOM. If you do Tradeify. I do trade Tradeify. I have 5 funded accounts at Tradeify. Those are going to take me so long to get payout though, because I'm trading MNQs on the largest account, which is I shot myself in the foot there. I should have just did the $50,000 accounts so I can get paid faster. I'm over here like doing an MNQ contract on a 150K funded account. It's going to take me forever, but I'm okay with that because it helps me kind of hone in the strategy. And hey, if I can't get paid for like 3 months, that's still, I can do a max payout, and that'd still be like, end up being like $4,000 a month in payouts. I mean, if if it takes me that long or whatever, you get my point. And be quite honest, like if I do get paid out like that, or if they try to move me to live, I'm just going to go to my own personal account. I've opened up a futures account, a personal futures account, but I want to get it funded by, I want to fund it through these prop firms instead of putting my own money in there. I don't feel like using my own money right now in futures market. I want to see if I can extract it. Boop, boop, bop, boop, 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 bop.
Just via Axios' back, Ravid says the meeting today with Israel PM
It is compressing, so hey,
President Trump.
All we need is like one good word, dude, and this thing could go flying.
Netanyahu is expected to present what's a good deal with Iran. It should look like, according to a senior Israeli official familiar.
So this would be
details.
that more kind of double bottom that we were
Netanyahu
kind of discussed, right? So this would technically
complete
now I would
dismantling
consider
of
that
Iran's
one,
nuclear
and then you
program,
go maybe try to
as was the
retest up into
case
these
with
areas.
Libya.
Kind of this zone up here. This is a very micro chart, right? 30 seconds again, but you get my point, right? That would be a measured move of this kind of a double bottom. So we'll see. I'm personally not trading that kind of technical analysis, at least today or even on this intraday chart. I'm looking for extensions. I'm looking for people to get way too heavy on one side of the boat. So actually that we're moving higher right here, and we're not getting really frothy right now. That's more better than, I guess, right, than anything, but we'll see if we can pick it up. The voice in the background, sorry if it's too quiet. It's a live news feed. So I have them playing it on this guy in my back office over here. He reads to me anytime big news articles happen. He just talks. Thanks, by the way, dude. I'm just kidding. It's Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim Global News Feed. It's my British friend. He stays with me over here. We hang out. Yeah, it's yeah. So Financial Juice News is another service. I don't know if you pay for it, if it's free or whatever. But if you hit the chat rooms up here on Thinkorswim, it brings up this this box right here. There's that extended reading to the upside. So actually, I could potentially look to fade a very quick fade. I'm not going to, because once again I'm distracted. But you can see here it brings up this, and you hit global news, and if you hit global news, it'll bring up this, and you get a feed of like instant news from News Squawk. And if you hit listen, you can adjust and get live news there when things happen. So it's a free way to get news feed. I was paying like $500 a month for Trade the News, and it's really good. It's really good, but it just didn't really make sense for me to pay that much. I mean, the only way it made sense was for like sharing it on a live stream. But it was just a little bit too much. It was just a little bit too high to like justify it, to be quite honest. A couple alerts that came from it did pay for the subscription, so I was happy and thankful for that. But I don't know, $500 for just the news feed, a little pricey. The British guy sounds pretentious. So this was a 1,000 reading over here, which would be something that you could potentially also look to fade in this volatility. What would have looked like? Well, it came up right into here, and then we got that fade. So this is, once again, just playing when things are too heavy on one side of the boat, right? Boom, one side too heavy, one side too heavy. I didn't catch that one because I'm talking to you guys, gals, whatevs. Financial Juice is free with 10-second delay. Oh, that's actually really interesting. DD, I might have to take a look at that. I'll take a 10-second delay. That's totally fine. I don't even know if this feed that I have in, I'm pretty sure it's instant. It's part of it, but I don't even know how to check that. I'd have to ask support or something. Young Buck, for PayPal, what time frame are we looking at? If y'all want to pull up some individual names and not just sit here on a intraday micro chart here where your brain starts to bleed, let me know some individual names and we could pull up daily charts and maybe even 15-minute charts and kind of give ourselves a break from this.
More from BlackRock CEO Fink says more evidence of a
I can always come
slowdown
back
in
to it
the
if my alerts are
economy
hit.
will come up over the next months.
For tick chart, I have a minute, but on Trading View, I haven't used it on Trading View, so I might even go 30-second on Trading View. I have to set up my charts here on Trading View for that. So. Tesla undercut the low. Palantir. All right, some decent names. We'll pull some of these up. Let me take a quick break. I got to refresh up on water and or coffee at this point. And then we'll come back and we'll look at some of the individual names. I'll keep up. I'm not going to keep up the tick chart. Actually, I can keep. What charts do you want me to hold up? It's going to take me 5 seconds. I'll be right back. But I'm going to keep up SPY because we see the compression here that's taking place. Here's the quarter to date expected move. We're still under the tariff VWAP. Be a lot better if we get under that. Above that. I'll keep up market net flow here too. Also, my son is going to his first music class, and I'm like, kind of really want to go to it. My wife was like, no, just do your stuff, work, and then you can go on Monday. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to miss it. Part of me hurts my soul a little bit, but I think it'll be all right. Gotta work. Grumpy Golden, it's not a specific instrument. I think there's a lot of different instruments, and it kind of teach them to like how to be in sync and stuff. I mean, he's 1.5 years old, but they do it in like a group setting, and they like play various instruments, and they probably just dance around. They kind of learn to like work with each other and so forth at a very young age. I hear it's pretty good for their development. And one of my buddies was like, hey, so you know about it, like, we put our first child through it, and our second child we didn't. And they're like, we do notice very clear developmental differences between the two. And we're like, we probably should have put the second one in it too. But the first one, tends to like listen a little bit better and kind of constructively think a little bit more. But that all comes with time anyway, and people learn it and develop differently. But it's also a fun activity. At least I think it's going to be fun. He might just scream and cry. Who knows? Right? Yeah, good for movement. All that stuff. So, okay. I'll be right back. Let me get some water. Am I teaching my kid trading? I mean, he sits with me pretty frequently, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. He'll probably be able to read these charts like a madman. He'll be in fifth grade class worrying about what's happening in the markets while his teacher's talking. He's just going to be thinking about like, he's going to be thinking about margin potentially calling him.
Update from Chile's State Copper Commission, Chilco.
All right, I'll be right back.
They say that the average copper price could top $4 per pound this year amid trade turbulence.
Oh, palm tree, that's cool. Maybe I should switch from like white noise to like more classical music. It's much more calming. I love that. I love like classical and like sometimes jazz music. It's like much more kind of relaxing. Fifth grader and he's a prodigy. What is happening with Nike right now? I haven't checked it. Is it down? I assume it's down. Getting blasted or something? It hasn't really moved. Kind of dealing with this volatility. It was doing really nice. Nike is what saved me the other day. Now it's not saving me. Now it's killing me. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me be right back.
More from Kachilko,
given
they say
retirement.
that
He's
base
like, you
metal
got to
prices,
invest
including
consistently
copper,
over time.
have likely
Trust me,
reached peak
I'm
for
in
the
5th
year and
grade.
will
I know
be
what I'm talking
hit by
about.
US-China
I have
trade
over
dynamics.
$25 in my investment portfolio. I have it spread across 10 different funds and 14 different stocks. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Oh, man. Right when I did that, I almost knocked over what was remaining in my cup. Holy moly. Okay, I'll be right back. Shabba-dabba-doo. All right, people, I'm back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Oh. Keeps you calm and then they rugged you. Take a look here at Twitch. I don't have a PS5. I have a Xbox 360. I'm just kidding. For those that don't know, that's like an older Xbox. I have an Xbox One, the newer one or whatever. But I think a lot of those are cross-platform games. I don't know if like the one that you're talking about is only PS5. I play a Xbox 360. All right, let's take a look here at markets. Whole lot of nothing. Above 5,000, kind of trading in and around there. Let's take a look at net gamma, see what we got going on there. Ugh, crap. 47.50 is the put wall. Where's 5,000 at? Is this 5,000? Is this 5,000? It is 5,000. There it is. So we're right here. This all just looks like garbage. What am I supposed to do with all this? Somebody had mentioned, can I do like a walkthrough on Gamma Labs? There's a lot on Gamma Labs, right? There's just a lot of different charts. I don't use everything, right? I like to like toggle sidebar and have the news feed up. They do post some pretty cool stuff from a news feed perspective and charts too. They have links to like certain charts and stuff, like pretty cool insights there from the owner of Gamma Lab. And then you can do multiple charts, right? If you just want to do like, you know, have a couple of different ones down here. Margins calling. Oh man, that was a pretty good reading there. That's a minus 1,200 reading. Let's see if we can get back down there. But yeah, like if you see a chart and you don't understand it, where's the toggle side? Where's the toggle charts? Just like for example, if you don't know what like
I'm just hearing
CTA
from BlackRock
positioning
CEO,
is for the S&P 500,
CK Hutchinson,
just screenshot it and
Panama
throw it
Port
into
deal
like
says may have 9 months
ChatGPT
of regulatory
or another
review.
like AI like Claude and be like, hey, can you help me interpret this? And they'll tell you exactly what SPX CTA positioning means, right? And they'll pull up like how to interpret it, right? So instead of me walking through like other commodity trading advisors and it's just demonstrating whether it'll read the numbers off to the side and whether it's short or long positions and what they specifically do, so you can get a deeper understanding of it. Because they don't have like a breakdown for everything, but I would probably just start with that just to kind of dip your feet in. And if there's more specifics and stuff, I mean, we could always talk about it. But there's so much information out there right now that to make a tutorial on everything, it would take one, a lot of time, and two, it would just be recycled content because it's already out there. The information's out there, you know.
More for BlackRock on that ports deal, says he is optimistic about it being completed.
Give me a second here. We are starting to get a little bit frothy again to the downside. Sounded like some news driving it. I might do another MNQ contract down here. That was not my favorite entry right there. I kind of missed that. I think I might just get out actually. Oh shoot, it went way up in my favor. Okay, give me a second. Now I'm gonna put my stop up and get stopped out probably here. Give me a second. Give me a second. Up $20 so far. Keep going. It didn't stop me out. Okay, there it goes. $25. All right, quick little pop there on that minus 1,200 reading over here. Quick scalp. Quick scalp. Quick scalp. Wish I could put some more size on right now, but I got a pretty bad entry there. So on this here, like I was a little slow to it. Typically I can get probably down when I got the reading down here, but I got like in right here. So I was like, I'm just gonna get out. And the moment that I said that, I started putting my stop in, and then it popped. So then I just started moving my stop up, and then and then I got stopped out on this candle over here. Very quick, very quick. Give me another opportunity. How about that? Let's do it. Flush further, and I'll do it. We're going to look at some of those individual names. Sorry. No, I didn't. Did I say 10 minis? I absolutely did not mean 10 minis. I meant one micro. Far from 10 minis. Far from it. That's why you don't follow 5-minute candles or less. To be quite honest, realist, I don't actually even need the candlestick chart when I approach this. I just use it for context. If I just had an ATR reading on my screen and the tick chart, I can probably do the same exact strategy without even looking at the chart. But the only reason why I have the candlestick chart up, the very fast one, for this scalping strategy is just to give me a sense of the range of the candle that I'm getting in on. Oh, you were joking, Alpha? Like, oh, shoot, maybe I did say it. All right, so we're coming back down to this 11. We're kind of been down here now for a few minutes, which is not the greatest sign for me, to be quite honest. I don't like when we stay down in these areas. Market net flow is still bearish. We've been compressing, so this might lead to a bigger kind of expansion. But we're getting down here at minus 1,000. I'm gonna hold off on this one and kind of see how it unfolds. I'm gonna just chill for a moment there. No, I didn't know he was joking. But that's the thing. I say things wrong all the time, so I wouldn't be shocked if I said 10 minis. You know what I'm saying? That's something that I would do. I would legitimately say that when I mean something else. Oh, nice, exotic. Yeah, that's clean. Do I use TPO charts? What is a alpha? What's TPO? Why am I'm not, I don't know. Why am I drawing a blank? Sounds familiar. Product of having kids. All right, we're getting a little bit more extended down here too. Honestly, it might be worth changing over to ES, to be quite honest, but this is a very extended reading over here. Wow, 1,340, 1,400. I'm gonna go ahead and do, probably stepping into some crap right now. One little MNQ trade right here. We're up about 50 bucks. I'm gonna go ahead and, I'm just moving my stop up. 55, 57, moving it up to 61. Oh my gosh, keep going. I'm not fast enough. Okay, there, it stopped out. There we go. That was this one. So we got that 1,400 reading down here, and I got out basically right around here, about 300. Another just quick scalp. Picking up pennies, people, picking up pennies. But just so you know, I'm doing this on 5 accounts. So since we've been doing this, I think it was roughly about 3 trades, maybe 4. I can't remember the exact amount on this live stream. It was across 5 accounts doing 1 MNQ. And we are about 120 bucks over 5 accounts. So per account, so 120 times 5. That's just this specific funded account. Okay. I want to pull up some of the individual names that people have been mentioning because I keep getting distracted on these readings. I'm sorry. When a reading's this deep, I gotta fire something off. And if I'm looking at it, it's giving me the opportunities, so I might as well just take it while it's here. All right. Still coming here too, which is pretty wild. Just some great intraday trade stuff happening. You're just offering up a lot of opportunities, which is kind of rare doing this strategy, but that's what happens when we're volatile. People get all crazy on one side of a trade, and I like to fade them. All right, I'll give it a second. Let's pull up some individual names. If I hear the alert, I'm probably going right back to it. Somebody had mentioned docs. Drop some tickers into the chat. Sorry if I forgot them. Gosh, we're seeing a big move right now. Again, just a quick. These moves are crazy. We're getting such quick movements here in short periods of times in these index products. It's like a meme stock almost. That's what it feels like. I think Cosmic following. Realist, these are pretty, the markets that I'm trading are fairly liquid. Like if you can do the same exact thing in ES, we're not 300 people watching ain't gonna do anything on ES. Like the volume and everything there is pretty crazy, especially like liquid markets. Now, if it was an illiquid market, I mean, I guess it's not crazy liquid, but we're not gonna move that market by any means. I could do this with my own personal money if I wanted. It'd be totally fine. There's no problem with that. But I'm just doing it to in these accounts because I'm one, testing out a new strategy, and then two, I do trade my own funds, but I focus more on swing trading, if that makes sense. Which I talked about that position already, so I don't need to beat that one up. That was a great run, by the way, too. That was in that trade was TECL. This was today. For those that aren't on X, I posted it. That was today's trade. TECL, 14%. I scaled basically out of it right when I posted it, more than 2/3 of it. So I have a little bit on just to see if a bounce continues. That was that was my cash account. Okay. iVol. Wow, I haven't heard anybody bring that one up. Okay, so docs. I saw somebody bring up docs. Hey, this is bucking the trend today a little bit. It's up 1.19%. We're still kind of in this, drawdown over here. And the thing when I see this stuff right out of the gate, right, it's moving with the market. So if the market continues to go down, there's a possibility that we see strong correlation here. So it's positive to see it bucking the trend, because if the market starts to move higher, these ones can have the higher beta to potentially see those bounces. I'm going to apply just a couple averages just so I can get a good, bigger picture here. Maybe we'll do a 250. We'll go 22. There we go. Just to give more context, it is still above a rising 200-day moving average. In fact, we kind of came back down into that range today. So it's not a horrible look by any means. It's just kind of dealing with its weakness in the overall market, right? But nice trend on the larger time frame, the 200-day, which doesn't mean you buy at the 200-day or whatever the case is. I just like the direction that it's still floating up. So this is a pullback within a larger, longer-term uptrend. That makes sense, okay? Am I going long again for what? Right now, I'm kind of just keeping my positions as is for my main account, my swing trading account. I'll take some scalps here and there live, but my main swing account, I've touched the tech today, and then I got lucky on a pop. I got lucky that I sold some, in hindsight at least. Yeah. So Docs, Amazon SoFi, AMD Hood, Nike. Look at all of those. Target, iVol, Venom, TLT, HIMS. All right, we'll go HIMS.
More from BlackRock CEO Fink. It says succession depends on the next generation to be ready. It says once ready, he could become chairman.
Yeah, HIMS is, once again, moving with the market, as a lot of names are, but it's in this overall longer-term 200-day sloping uptrend. And we're kind of seeing quite a bit of volatility today amongst many names, kind of outsizing the prior day's candle. And, these type of moves, are very parabolic. So is the trade set up right now where I can be confident that, hey, we're going to go higher? I mean, if you measure it out like a wedge, okay, whatever, but you're probably going to deal with some volatility. So if you trade some of this to the upside, where's your stop going to be? It's going to be probably at these lows because you don't want those lows violated. In the meantime, if we go to the 15-minute time frame, we're still below a declining 5-day moving average. So it would be better, right, if we start to pop above it, pull in, and then start to see this thing incline to give you a little bit better of an opportunity here. Give me a second. Potentially getting that opportunity again here. I was a little slow. I didn't fire it off. Also, I just don't love the look of how that looked coming down there, but that was probably just another good little quick scalp, but it was a little bit too quick for me, so I'm not going to bother. Okay, moving on. We're going to go back to, we'll go to the next one. So HIMS, it does look good, but once again, it's following the market, so we need these markets to bounce, and it is up on the trading session, so it's bucking the trend a bit today, and that's a positive sign too, because if we're highly correlated to the S&P 500, and then the market starts moving higher, these names could potentially outperform. You want to see the names that are showing relative strength, even from a shorter period, and it's doing so, at least as it stands right now. But right, I just be aware that this is volatility, so if you do take trades, just be very well thought out and meticulous on positioning, sizing on these higher beta names. TLT is down on the trading session. So I've been waiting for this to happen, right? So there's a couple of trades that I did within TLT on the swing trading account. I played right here and for a pop up and we sold into it. And then over here, I bought in 2 and then I sold out on that day. So it went a little bit higher and I basically said, I don't care if it goes higher. I'm looking for the consolidation. And there you go. You're getting a pullback. So this could create some opportunities in this market. Now, the fact that this is coming off is actually kind of interesting to me because, well, first and foremost, if you watched last night's brief, you already know what I'm about to talk about. But the 10-year yield looked like it was about to pop to the upside. And the reason is simply because it came off hard, so it could bounce hard. Okay, now the thing here is these are actually highly correlated now to the market to a positive standpoint. So the fact that this moved up, it's not typically great when that happens for markets, but there is a positive correlation as it stands from a 20-day period right now.
Briefing them on a tariff cost assistance
We're getting more tariff news stuff, hitting the tape.
And BlackRock CEO Fink says New York City is on the verge
once again,
of
a
losing
pretty
a
extended
lot of
reading there.
companies.
Just wasn't fast enough for me. It wasn't fast enough. Say Nvidia's holding up. Let's take a look at Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia's holding up. I once again, I hate seeing this stuff intraday. These 3 little humps, 4 humps, whatever. I just hate seeing that. It just shows me that, I mean, the bulls are holding it together, but the bears are the ones making progress to the downside, the lower highs. So I just really don't like that until we can confirm that that breaks through. Till then, it just is like they're walking us down, and I just don't want to see a snap down to the VWAP and potentially lower. So it is holding up, that's for sure. It's positive on the trading station today, so that's good. But I just hate the intraday look here. If we go to the 15-minute time frame, it's below a declining 5-day moving average. You can see right here, it's kind of just consolidating, coiling up. It's already been extended, right? So who knows? We might get some sort of a fake out and then move higher. That's a possibility. Or we just kind of press up higher and then we try to go retest or test that 5-day declining moving average again and try to change that in the near term. Now we're getting a pop to the upside. So there's that. Actually, that's exactly what we're talking about. So let's see what it looks like now. And there, there you go. There you go. There's that break. So making a higher one. The NQ just went 300 points. This market's crazy. I got to pull up NQ. Look at this thing. What is this? It's blowing through my monitor. It just broke my monitor. Go figure. The reading that I'm too slow to get into, we get a blowout move. This tick reading down here, I was too slow to move, too slow to act, and we get this rip your face off right there. Oh man, so funny, dude. All right, so as it came up there, the other reading we got was over, once again, it was 1,000 plus tick reading, which means what? You can potentially pull back into it. I don't know what caused this, but I'm assuming it's some more news of some sort. BlackRock CEO, maybe. No, that was 4 or 5 minutes ago. That's says it has briefed suppliers on tariff cost assistance plan and is to offer help to suppliers to pay tariff costs. Stellantis. No, I think that's more individually based. I don't know what this was. I don't know what this was. Yeah, it's a very tough day to stand in front of anything. A lot of these big moves end up getting faded, but I don't know what that was. But I will say this: I'm not going to chase it. Once again, I'm in the mode of fading intraday today, and I have my other positions as is. I'm not going to be messing around with the other account. So when I get the proper readings, if I'm fast enough, I'll try to go for it. Yeah, Cosmic.
Just making you aware, I have seen both a volume pick up.
It's not that simple as just doing the minus 1,000 reading. It really depends on the trading day. There's a couple of things that I take into place.
Behind the move.
Like I said, I'm gonna have to put together a series
as always, is on the
of kind of how I
just
approach
making you aware,
it,
I have seen
and then show examples. I try to do some examples live, but you know, there's a lot going on in my head when I execute it, and I try to talk it through it, but it's not really as easy as just like, hey, it's minus 1,000, go for it. It technically can be. It could be that, but sometimes in higher volatility environments, you get deeper readings. I don't know what happened this minute. I was right here in front of it. I still don't know. Don't give it away. Well, I mean, if I take time to put something together, maybe I'll make some sort of thing out of it. But it depends on like what kind of time it would take me to do it. Because if I do structure something out, it would require quite a bit of my time to do that. Master trade, a lot about tick and trin. Oh, interesting. The tick has been around for a very long time. Tick traders, they're around, they exist. So I'm not surprised to see other pro traders use it. I don't use the trin. I do have some charts on the trin that I trade from a swing trading perspective, but I just always found that the way that I like to trade tick is kind of meticulous, looking for these overbought and oversold areas. And there's a lot of ways to approach it. There's a lot of ways. Some traders look at it differently than others, but the majority of people look at it as a fading opportunity. So I'd be interested to take a look at that. So this big move, whatever the heck that was, just got faded. Surprise, surprise. I don't know how to turn the volume down on the ring. It doesn't I don't know how to do that. Maybe actually I can do, no. Maybe over here. Maybe that did it. You said 100% Carter too. Mentioned it said depends on what the market environment is when you're in the tick. Well, that makes sense. I mean that's just the truth of the tick chart. Once you know what ticks are, that's makes complete sense. I don't think anybody would refute that, because that is, that's what you're getting. That's what you're getting. That's what a tick chart is. Now there's other ways to approach it too. I don't know if he mentions cumulative, because you can actually go like this, and this is another way you can utilize tick charts, and that is, I love doing this too from a more longer term, kind of larger position, not larger position, trading. But take a look here. If you go into, let's add a comparison chart. No, wait, how do I do this? No, I already did it. Okay, boom, boom. Apply it. Take a look here. Now on trend days, this is great too, but this is a tick chart comparison bar, and what you look for here is you can look for various divergences on smaller time frames. So for example, like we were selling off and the ticks were selling off, so it matched it. But sometimes what happens is you'll get the SPY to make a lower low, but yet cumulative premium or cumulative tick chart will actually show a higher low. And those sometimes can produce opportunities in the market too. Intraday McClellan oscillator, is that? I don't know what the intraday, I don't even know how to pull up an intraday McClellan oscillator. I always look at the end of day print. So cumulative ticks is another one that I find to be very helpful as well. But in these types of volatile environments, I definitely, under the gamma flip line, I'm definitely more of a tick fader, Darth Fader. That has to be taken already. That's a pretty good name. Darth Fader for a trader. Yeah, I don't know how to change the ring or how to turn it down. I'm trying to look. Maybe there's a way I can change it in the setup here. Let me see here, application settings. But you're gonna hear it frequently. Let me see here. Security, startup system, display. Cumulative data, very good, yeah. Account, orders. Notifications. Doesn't even allow me to change volume in here unless somebody knows. Change it to the ding. Maybe that'll do it. Let me see. Place alert. We can do a ding. I'll probably miss a lot of these alerts by changing it to a ding, but I'll do it. Place alert. That's quieter, it sounds like. There we go. I'm going to miss a lot of those, but that's fine. So that's not as loud as the ring. Volume whisker is on the taskbar. Which taskbar? In Thinkorswim? Phone? I don't know what you all talk about.
According to Amakine Stein.
Does anybody trade on Thinkorswim by any chance?
Israel has received Egypt's new proposal, which involves the release of 8 hostages
in
exchange for a ceasefire.
I used to. I never traded on Thinkorswim. I had to they made me put in they made me open up because I always used it for just analysis and stuff like that.
Stands now due to highly problematic demands from Hamas.
And
Phase
they
B in
closed my
discussions
accounts
about
out because
ending
I don't trade off of them, so I didn't fund the accounts. And then they were
Further,
like,
an
well, if you
Israeli
put
official
50
told the
bucks in it,
Post,
we'll
"We
reopen it."
plan
I'm
to
like,
work
really?
discreetly.
And they were like,
There are
yeah. So I
ongoing
so I had to
contacts
make an
with
account with them
mediators, and we
and
are
put in 50
continuously
bucks.
acting to bring the
And they
hostages
let me
back.
keep all my stuff, which, I mean, it's live data feed. It's all that good stuff. I'm like, you can't beat that. But does anybody actually trade? And do they enjoy trading from Thinkorswim? How is it?
Just one to be potentially aware of. According to Reuters, citing 3 sources, allies have been notified that U.S. Navy Vice Admiral, who holds senior position
No,
in
I
NATO,
don't.
has been
Oh, you're on
fired
TS,
from
but
post.
I'm not good at it. Yeah, TS is great for trading. Cool. I don't trade on TOS, so I don't have an active account on TOS. Well, I mean, I have an active account, but I'm at like 50 bucks, right? It's like nothing. I don't trade it. I just keep it in there just so they don't close my account down again. Because I pull data and I look at the live feeds, but I execute on Interactive Brokers. Sometimes I use their desktop version, but I just got so used to Thinkorswim. I do Fidelity, Interactive Brokers, and then I have Trade of 8 now too. You do and you like it? That's cool. That's good to know. I kind of considered maybe I should make like an account on here and then like do some trading on here. But
White House has cancelled
I
press
just hate
conference with Israeli
changing.
PM Netanyahu. Just a WSJ reporter speaking on X that White House has cancelled.
It was great trading on TOS, minimum issues. Cool. Does anybody trade futures
Netanyahu.
on TOS? And if so, how was that? By the way, I don't trade futures on Fidelity. Fidelity is strictly swing trading. Same Interactive Brokers. I have some day trades, but it's mainly swing trades there too as well. It's pretty straightforward. So maybe I might look into that. I don't know what the margin requirements are, and I don't know what like the fees are. Trade of 8 seems pretty straightforward to me. But if it makes sense, maybe I might actually just do some futures trading here on my TOS platform. But I really I always am so hesitant to learn a new platform for trading actively. So I have no idea how to do it. I've never executed a trade on this platform once. Would not trade futes on TOS, only swings. Okay, well, that's good to know. Just not on TOS. Where do you trade them? Use Trade of 8. Okay, that's good to know, Jill. Thanks. You trade futures, Bo, on a TOS? How is it? Is it like pretty actively, or is it kind of here and there sort of stuff like swing trading, or is it scalping? A little bit of both. How tall am I? I am 5'9", maybe 5'10". I'm the tallest in my family. I'm not even joking. Well, all of us are, Portuguese height. And for some reason, I stood out a little bit taller than everyone else. Like, I'm like a head taller than everyone in my family. It's hilarious. My brother's like 5'4", 5'5", or something like that. Same with my dad. It's funny. Doesn't make sense, CD? Okay, that's good to know. Tasty Trade. I mean, if you're an options trader, Tasty Trade gives you some... Well, I don't even know how futures are there, but Tasty Trade is definitely probably if you're an options trader, Tasty Trade. Tasty Trade, I hear, gives you the ability to do what you want to do. May have to contact them. For my day trades, sometimes I execute them on my Interactive Brokers account. And then if it's futures trading right now, I'm just on Trade of 8. What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Just hearing from Vietnam PM says to address U.S. concerns on non-tariff barriers. Vietnam
Trade
PM
Station. I didn't think
says
about that
to
one.
address
Anybody, how about like
US
Ninja
concerns
Trader?
on non-tariff
I always
barriers.
skip over Ninja Trader. I don't know if it's like, I know some people that use it and they're like, but tasty too, but the DOM sucks. Okay. That's why I like Trade of 8. I'm kind of used to the DOM. And I think the DOM is an important one. So if you have If you have a one that's a really good DOM, I would love to know about that. But I got used to Trade-Evade, so I just said kind of whatever for scalping futures. So, but I'm open. I'm open to see other ones. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a pop back over here. I don't know, like I don't find this tradable right now, other than just fading extremes. That's about it, right? You get up here into this reading up here, and it potentially pulls back a bit, right? Quick scalps. That's all I've been able to really kind of pull off today. I apologize for that, but it's the market that we got. Ninja's great, but it's only for Windows. Well, that kind of cancels me out then. That's good to know. TradeStation, amazing DOM, and low commissions. I might have to take a look at TradeStation. Great backtasting scripting. Okay, that's cool. That's actually really cool. You trade on Ninja, but it's okay, flexible, good. It's good to know. There was that 950 reading to the upside. See how quiet that was? I definitely would miss that.
And US President Trump and Israeli PM Netanyahu are to field questions in Oval Office meeting.
What am I listening to here? Dude, I wonder, like, I'm just going to put on DMCA free music. For some reason, I think it switched over to not DMCA, which means that I'm probably going to get violations. Cool, I can't wait for that. I can't wait for those. I love violations. I mean, who doesn't, you know? The Windows 98 ding. I think that's exactly what it is. Shakya.
Update for the New York Fed reverse repo operation.
If you guys are on YouTube, make sure to hit the like button.
Down from Friday's
helps potentially reach out to more people, engage in it. Just show me a comment, let me know where you're from.
Counterparties down from Friday's
engage in the conversation. A lot of people sometimes just have me on and they kind of have it in the background for bigger things, which I totally get. But every once in a while, check in, say what's up. Let me know. Let me know if you're here or if you're just a bot. What is that humming sound? All right. I'm still looking around here. We got that little pullback over there on a pretty big reading, but just I am bot. Man, I have been getting attacked by bots on my X feed. I've been trying to limit it down on YouTube. They do these stupid comments like, I'm so happy you're talking about XAZITVB to the moon. It's like, do people fall for this? And like, why are you wasting your time with this? Like, it sounds like fake, clearly. And it's like the same comment like 75,000 times. It's like, okay, why? Why do you do this? Get a life. Dannon, refugee from another channel, would love to keep this going in the future. Thanks for tuning in. Bot from Turkey. From Turkey, whoa. You can stay. I like bots like that. They tell me where they're from. David, I'd love to do an interview with you. Most sure this is Dan with the chart guys. Dan with the chart guys. Sounds like a big name. Sounds bigger than me. I don't know who that is, but that sounds, actually it does sound familiar. Chart guys. They know the YouTube channel by any chance? They sound familiar. But yeah, sure. Send me an email. Send me an email. I love talking markets. I don't care if you have 10 subscribers or 10 million subscribers. If you got a channel and you want to do quick talks, market talk, market chatter, and you want to do some content, cool, let's do it. I'm open for it. Dominican Republic. That's what's up. How you doing, Ray? Dan's cool. All right, so people know Dan. Dan the man. What am I trading when I see the extreme tick move? So you can trade whatever you want. You can trade ES, right? You can trade NQ. For me, I was just scalping NQ. That's it. In fact, a lot of people will do like, from what I've seen, ES and like even Dow futures. But these are the futures that I'm trading. You can even do options, but I'm not fast enough to do the equities, like trading SPY that quickly, which I've been doing lately. So I'm working out a new strategy here. I have it pretty honed in. It's a high win rate strategy, which is not like something to brag about because high wins means smaller profits. Like I'm aware of that. Most people are not aware of that. Well, actually, I take that back. If you're a good trader, you know, you're well aware that if somebody comes to you and says, I have a 90% win rate, they already know that you're taking small little profits. You're scalping in front of a steamroller, basically, is what that means. But like that's exactly what that means, right? So I take very, very small size positions and I try to pick up pennies. And so far it's been working and I'm trying to spread that out through accounts and we'll see how it goes. So don't, whenever you, okay, so I want to be very clear here because at the beginning I showed that and I wanted to be very clear with everybody that if anybody's like talking about how high their win rate is, don't be like in shock and awe and think that they have a holy grail. It's not. Their holy grail is always within their position sizing, and their positioning sizing is going to determine whether or not that strategy lives or dies. You can have basically any strategy in the world, and your positioning sizing, if it doesn't have a strategy, you're going to run into problems. You really, really will. And the only way to survive a high win rate strategy is not by going hardcore on position sizing, because the one that you're wrong, it could be a big divergence. Like you can take out multiple days, if not weeks or more of work. See what I'm saying? Yeah, you definitely need to take profits and put up a stop and just trail it because sometimes you'll get big moves. Like for example, this tick reading down here was at minus 1200 or whatever it was, and I wasn't fast enough to get it, obviously, because it comes quick and fast. So I just held off. And sometimes you'll get blast moves like this. You could sell. I'm not going to hold to the perfect top, right? But I probably would have moved my stop up and scaled, and then it probably would have slammed in my face a bit.
Take multiple questions.
But sometimes you'll get ones that just do this.
So
you'll get into it and it'll go
7 minutes
up, down, stop you out, and then go for a quick run. But that's okay because it's a very quick strategy. You don't want it to go down, get in, and then it goes like this. Boom. So the execution piece is very critical here. If you miss it by a millisecond, don't chase it, because if you do, you're already breaking strategy. And I know most of you don't know exactly what I'm talking about. That's fine. Like I said, it makes sense in my head, and I have to get it out to for people to really kind of understand what's in my head while I execute. It's not quite as easy as me throwing the lines on the screen. Yeah, NQ is back at this, whatever candle was this, and it's kind of been tightening up here too. So I don't know, maybe this is a breakout here. This looks promising so far. We're cranking back up in SPY. 5,100 could be potentially on the table to maybe go positive on the day. We're only 30 basis points down. We're breaking out of this compression. Market net flow. We lost convergence. That's positive. It'd be nice to see the green line continue up and the red line continue down to maybe be a more bullish divergence, but overall, there's not much edge right here, so it could honestly just mean that we're chopping around and we can easily chop right back down, right? So it's not a clean edge by any means. Market net flow, skew. I don't know what skew is right now. I'll get the end of day print on skew, eco. But this is Or maybe you mean something else by that, by any chance? But yeah, market net flow, it's not much of an edge here, but it is positive to see the green line going up and the red line going down and seeing this crossover. So if that can hold, that's a good sign. I like that. It's just not giving us a clean edge right now at the moment. Exactly, young buck. Bingo. The max risk per trade, I'm kind of around the 350 to 400 range. I'll take on a max loss, but it's never quite got down there yet for me to take the loss. So I might change that, right? Because I'm only trading one MNQ, so that means I have to let it go pretty far against me. 1 to 2 MNQs where I scale in, so I'd have to let it go pretty far against me. And if it keeps continuing to go farther against me, like I have to hone it in a little bit. Because if I actually let it go, you know, minus 300, 350 around there on me, I don't know. I can make that back, but it could be like, it would be like, I'd have to quit right then and there basically for the day, because that could wipe out a day to 2 days of profits. It depends on how many, it really depends on how much opportunities the market gives me really to be able to trade. Like today, like you could have hopped in the morning, but honestly, you want to let the market kind of settle in a little bit. So that's exactly what I did. Sometimes I'll just enter right in the morning on a very negative print, but today I did give it a little bit of time before just entering blindly in. There's been times where I just throw an MNQ out at it, and if we get like above like a 30-second range, right? So for example, if I bring up NQ, notice how like I didn't throw it right at it, right? This was the first 30-second opening range. We saw a little bit of a pop, and I gave it time, and we started sinking off. So I just gave it time, and I didn't really start to execute until a little bit later. But if I would have held, you know, an MNQ here, I don't even know what that would have been, but I don't even know if that would have been $300, $400 on one MNQ. Probably close to it, if not more. But then I would have to, like, to make up for that, I'd have to get it pretty far up. Now, if I go one mini, like that $300 is going to get wiped really quickly. So then I'd have to adjust and give it a lot more space. More than $300. It'd have to be a lot bigger, but. That's cool, Queensbury. Yeah, it sounds like you got it going. That's good. Yeah, you can follow SMAs, EMAs, whatever you find that really works best for you. I don't really use moving averages for trading. Okay, I don't know how to word this. I don't like execute trades based off of. How do I word this to make actually sense? Because I don't like buy into moving averages. I use them as a tool to help me determine shorter to longer term trend direction. And then I create the trade around that and knowing it. So I'm not going to buy like falling into a 5-day moving average or a 200-day moving average necessarily. I would be looking for the strength in the higher lows and the price action to tighten up after that.
News, those who track
so I don't really
financial
use
group,
them personally, but I know people that trade them.
Dollar property fund with an eye on Japanese bargains
In multiple different ways and can find success with it. You know, if it works for you, it works for you.
30 billion yen in contributions from its bank.
It's an area of interest, not a place to do business. That's great. Yeah. Did Brian Shannon say that? Yeah, exactly. Area of interest. Yeah, it's a common thing he says. Yeah, I love Brian Shannon. I met him just in Vegas the other last month or so. I have both of his books. I've been recommending his books for years. If you don't know who that is, man, you got to go check out Brian Shannon's work because he is a great communicator. And his books are super like elementary school, but they have better information in him than probably most books because he doesn't try to like outwit you by being smart sounding. And that's how I am, right? I need somebody that can talk to a dumb kid, right? I need easy to understand stuff. And I know that I get sometimes caught up in jargon too, and I say big words, but I try to dumb it down as much as I possibly can too. Specifically focus on MAs. No, it's once again, it's not like bind at the MA. It's the direct, like once again, it's the direction of the moving average. What I just said, realist. Does that make sense? I'll look at the direction of it to help me see if like, hey, has the market proved itself worthy yet, or if it has it not. Does that make sense? Like I'm not going to execute based off of the moving average. Like for example. Like the most easiest example that I can give is let's go into a chart, right? Go to SPY, right? Because a lot of people say this, and this is what I tell people. Oh, it's back above the 5-day moving average. Go back to the videos what I said over here. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's back above it, and that's what you want to see, but it's still declining. So the trend hasn't changed yet. So it's not a place to necessarily do business. You see what I'm saying? I turned you on to Brian Shannon. Oh man, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Good stuff. Cool, cool. Little pop and drop over here. That's fun. I wonder how many people were trading this breakout. Although, you know, I don't have my alert set up correctly because everyone wanted me to change it, but I bet you that it went off. Did it go off? I thought I heard something. Yeah, it sure did. Right over here. And now it's coming back down to the lower end. 1029 right here. That tick indicator just worked for 30. Did you catch that, KK? Yeah, see, unfortunately I changed my settings so I didn't quite pay attention to the breakout there. But for anybody that might be like a retail trader was probably watching this, they still got well, we're breaking out. And it still might continue, but the tick reading got pretty frothy, so we're pulling back in. Now let's see what we can do from that. Right? Low volume break. I don't know why I don't have volume up. We can see volume. There we go. Now I have some volume on my screen. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. SPY. What's up, BBC? Mikey. Take a look at SPY. If I can type it in my screen. What is going on right now? I don't know what time frame you want to see it on, but right now, daily. Talk about some massive moves. Big volatility. This is what you see towards like capitulatory areas. You see big volatility like this. And I would say that today was also a matching type of capitulation type of day. Doesn't mean we can't go lower, but this is kind of the stuff you want to see during capitulation. The prior trading day on Friday was right across the screen. If you look at the, what is this? Here we go. Was all red down here. And then this morning, it was every single one was a declining name. There was 0 advancing names. Then we got some crazy spike, and now it's starting to level out a little bit here, where the advances and decliners are kind of improving. So we're seeing things like Amazon is, AVGO is up on the day. Amazon is up slightly on the day. Bank of America, BK, some banks that are reporting earnings. Let's see if any, Google up on the day, JPM, Meta, Netflix, Nvidia is back up to green on the day. Well, I think that's kind of been up there, but we were down almost 8% or plus. Now it's up 3%. So big moves there. TXN, T, Starbucks getting whacked, all kind of, you know. what is this stuff over here? Wells Fargo, so some banks and stuff. It's good to see financials picking up a little bit. Financials, though, themselves are flat on the trading session. Kind of looks like the SPY, but it's good to see a little bit of a clawback there in financials. If we go to SPY and you look at like the pandemic, like you could see here, like what did you see during this pandemic? During the big drops, you got these big kind of turnarounds and, you know, reverses back up. People get pretty pumped about it, but then we had some fall. Was that pandemic? Can't remember. I think that was a pandemic. Yeah. So yeah, you know, these are face ripping type of rallies. They suck people in and potentially bring people down. We don't know if we're going to face rip back up and kind of resolve higher, but I will tell you this. We'll only know the bottom in hindsight. Like over here, you didn't know that this was the bottom, even over here, or, you know, over here. You didn't know that this is not going to turn around. It's really like, okay, the bottom is technically, you know, it when you start breaking back to this high. Then you're like, okay, now in hindsight, that's the official bottom, right? And people get that all confused all the time, but you don't really know about a top or a bottom until hindsight, right? It could be just a bottom or a top, not the bottom and not the top. So the way that we do that is, one, we look at directions of the averages on the smaller time frame, but then also more importantly, the gamma flip line. And then we also kind of execute into where we use William O'Neill's tools, you know, research, where we look for a follow through day. And that doesn't work 100% of the time by any means. Well, this is where it's about like a coin flip, right? So 50% of the time it fails, but 100% of the time you're going to get a follow through day coming out of any bear market and or correction. So you want to get exposure when you start to see that stuff. SPY, we didn't have a technical follow through day yet, but we kind of gave it wiggle room because the Qs and the IWM did, but we didn't get a technical one yet. Over here, right, this was the down day. Then we had day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. That's 4 days of the attempted rally. And through day 4 through 7, you start to look for follow through days. And a follow through day is a day that you get 1.25% or higher in the S&P 500 with more volume than the next. The more days passed, so that was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more days passed, and then bam, on the 10th day we actually had more volume than the day prior, and from a technical basis we're breaking this high. So that was our initial follow through day in the COVID pandemic, and that would have been the sign to start getting exposure back into the market ever so slightly and start to look for names that have been holding up rather well and then play it from those points. So it didn't catch the bottom. But sure enough, if you follow that strategy, where was the pandemic? If you follow that, where was the pandemic? Jeez, man. Okay, there it is. If you follow that strategy, I mean, look what happened after. And you start entering into more, the moving average started to change, you build into it. There you go, right? So you don't need to catch the top or the bottom and the top. You just got to be methodical on how you get risk back into positions and so forth. And right, even if that failed and went lower, what would you have done? Well, you probably would just got stopped out and you would start to look once again for another follow through day and start to look at gamma and then also the directions of the averages and so forth, and then go from there and then redo it, right? And just manage risk. That's why you don't go all in all at once. Yeah. Are we getting the, I'm not hearing the bell. Oh, hey, thanks, Mikey. I appreciate that, bud. I noticed that you're a first-time chatter there. Thanks. So Mikey's in the Twitch chat. So for if you don't know, since you are new here, Mikey, I do stream on Twitch now. But if you ever want to see like my main videos, I post them out on YouTube. I stream there too as well, figuring out money, and that's where I post like market briefs, where I kind of like get more thoughts together, more interesting charts, and I do pretty big on, was that another bell? More like market analysis stuff too. It's a much bigger channel than my Twitch by like 100-fold. Actually like 130-fold. Yeah, but I do post more videos on YouTube, but I do when I stream live, I'll hit Twitch button too. So I'm over here on Twitch. Dude, I am hungry. My stomach is like, eat. Thanks, Palm Tree. What was the name for the book writer? Mackenzie, Brian Shannon. Yeah, I don't. Oh, I have a book right here. I always reference it. I don't have his other book. It's in the garage, but in my bookshelf. But this is the book. Here, let me bring you into my library. You want to see my library? Here you go. Unfortunately it's green right here, so it looks like it's see-through. Ooh, but this is it. The green screen is erasing it. But Anchor VWAP, this is a great one. Very easy read and great stuff. But I would get his other book too. This is more strategies around using VWAPs, so it's great. But his other book gives you more of an idea for multiple time frame analysis, and it's been a big influence in my work. So. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Yeah, Nabil, I actually looked into, that's really cool that you did that fast with an 80% win rate. It makes sense in volatile markets, but if you actually look back, because I do have a script myself, but I haven't backtested, but I looked through multiple weeks worth of plus of data, and it's actually not that high of a, I mean, okay, I guess it depends on where you structure the risk on the points and everything, but it's not like it's like, you got to be very quick with it from what I noticed, and it depends on volatility. So if you can find a way to adjust the width of entries based off of volatility in the market, that might be kind of beneficial. But yeah, it's a good high win rate, but sometimes you got to be very quick. And sometimes when you get out, it goes right back up. So yeah, I don't know, it's a tough one, right? It's tough. So SPY, we're up 11 basis points on the trading session after everyone said overnight that we were dying. We are, still feels kind of like we are, but we are now coming into the last couple hours of the trading session, and we're holding up. We'll see where that lasts, right? But right now, the big key level that I'd say focus in on for the SPY would be the announcement VWAP for the tariffs. And that was, I don't have it on the exact announcement time, so I'm just doing it from the close of business leading into the tariff announcement, which was right after the bell. And you can see we held his resistance here. Today, we saw a bounce right into it. So if we can, find our way through this and get above it, maybe that offers up some opportunity that we can get some more relief in this market. If we get more relief in this market, right? If we come up to the upper weekly implied move, those are big moves. This is a large implied move for the week. The largest I've seen. That's 30 bucks basically. Or was it almost 40? I can't remember. It's a huge expected move. Okay, so if we start to really rip up high, where can we see contention in this market? I would pay attention to up here, last year's closing price. Last year's closing price has memory that can act as resistance. It's held as support before. Why can't it hold as resistance? And then up there is also the monthly, quarterly, upper monthly move too. So if for whatever reason, if we get some massive face ripper rally, for whatever reason, that big, I mean, that's huge. Actually, how big is that? Let me see. Yeah, that's freaking huge. It doesn't look big on my screen. That's 15%. That's crazy. That bring us flat on the year. I'm not calling for that, but that would be a level to watch for. That's crazy. I would say for this month, just getting back to the lower implied move would be pretty big, because we're outside of the quarterly expected move already. Outside of the April monthly implied move. Wait, yeah. Just crazy. These are just insane moves. Does the SPX yield curve Fed rate chart give us the market rhyme? That's a good question. I mean, it feels like it has been. And some of the stuff that Trump is saying, and then also Besant, it just kind of makes me think. One of the things he said that really kind of stood out to me was on the Tucker Carlson interview with the Treasury. What did he say? He was like 80% of the people that own the markets, or 80% of the wealth in the market is owned by like the top 10%. And then basically he was like, we got to help out the bottom 50% that pretty much don't have any exposure to it, which tells me like, I don't think that they care that these markets are crashing right now. And the more that they crash, the more likelihood the Fed is going to step in and do something at some point. But the Fed has been pretty strict too. So we'll see. Like, I don't know. I don't have an answer. But what I do know is what's happened in the past can always reoccur in some sort of rhythm or rhyme. And the way that I kind of navigate it is how I've been doing. I look at what the market expects for risk. I look at the gamma flip line and I trade accordingly. I don't want to try to put too much thought in it. If it keeps going down, I don't want to break my accounts because of it. And I'm not trying to make calls and being right or wrong. I'm just trying to manage my risk. Just trying to manage it as best as I can in seemingly some of the hardest environments that we've seen since the pandemic, 2022. I don't know. I don't know how hard this is. Once you have a strategy and system, you kind of just have a process and you kind of just do it, you know? But I would say that this is not really that easy, right?
And according to a document,
Was that the anchor view up when he held the chart?
Imports of 25%.
Which one, Coach B?
Steel duties, according to a document being cited by Reuters.
The
does not take effect.
The book that I showed, that was the
goods. E-Commission does remove U.S. bourbon from its list of goods.
Yeah, see, I'm getting these chart readings, and it's like I can't hear them on my end. You guys can probably all hear them, but I'm not hearing them on my end, so I need the louder noise. It is what it is. I'm cool. I'm up on the day. I'm pretty good. The chart settings on the tick. I have some alerts at like 950, plus and minus. Would I consider going long on bonds? Yeah, I'd consider going long on bonds. Absolutely. I was waiting for some pullbacks. I traded them multiple times already. Or you mean like right this second? I like to wait for things to calm down a bit. But like I played down here and I played into this area. And I mean, look at that. I mean, that's such a big hit today. That's massive. But go look what I said on my last video. I talked about bonds. You know, exactly what I was looking for. And I even showed the correlation and how the 10-year yield could actually rise. So now I'm waiting for things to kind of calm down a bit. But yeah, right now, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not trying to execute at this exact moment, but big moves like this can get some snapbacks. I prefer to see things tighten up or come to main levels. I like this little setup over here, how it was getting pretty tight and it was kind of coming down nice and slowly. So I tried to play this contraction area and for a pop, and I didn't hold it up to here. But I mean, those 2 straight days of pretty strong price action. So I just got out. And now, you know, even looking back in hindsight, maybe I should have went smaller position and just gave it much more room and more of a longer term position. But, you know, like I said earlier, I just prefer playing contractions, getting my money, like low risk, getting my money quick, getting it out and re-entering in when the opportunity shows up. On TLT specifically, because the beta is not necessarily as high. It is today. I could put a little bit more size on it. It's been pretty volatile, so clearly today, this is crazy move. Down 3% in bonds. I think, what is going on here? Sounds like a cope. I don't know what I said that sounds like a cope. Or if you're talking to somebody else, maybe like last year. Hey, what's up, Giancarlo? Move that. Yeah, like the stream, please. That's great. Thank you. I appreciate that, Giancarlo. Always helping out. I hear what you're saying. Tariffs, stagflation, lower dollar, no way benefited from middle class. Yeah, you're talking about what I commented there. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Right? It's funny because somebody said something about like the narratives, like we need this to happen for this to happen. It's like, okay, what happens if the market's higher in 3 years? Like, what's your narrative then? What if everything's better in the next year? From market standpoint, from an economic standpoint, what's the narrative? That's why I don't like narratives that much, because I like to know the catalyst, you know? I like to know what might happen prior to the catalyst and what could be something that drives it, but then the catalyst comes, it's good to know it. But when you start thinking longer term narratives, I mean, I can't trade off of it. Like if my narrative is it's not good, like what am I going to do with that information? You might be right? I don't know. But what am I going to do with that? Not try to, I'm not going to do, like, if the market looks like crap and is like, no, things are not going to be good, like I'm still going to look for opportunities, or I'm still going to kind of continue with my life and try to do things that make sense within my economic bubble. But like on the grand scheme of things, I don't know. Or what it looks like coming out of it, I have no idea. So being right or wrong, like you can say one thing and one person can say another, and you could both be right simultaneously. Isn't that crazy? A lot of people don't get that. It's like, no, I'm right and you're wrong. No, I mean, you could both say completely opposite things. Like you can say you're bearish and I could say I'm bullish, and we could both be right. Because there's no clarification between the two about product, about time frame, about length in time of a trade. It's like that. That's where the saying, the broken clock is right twice a day. It's like, I've been calling for a bottom. Okay, but you've been calling for a bottom for 10 weeks. Or you've been calling for a run to S&P 7,000 for 14 years. Yeah, but I'm right. It's like, okay, but there's other people that are like, yeah, but I'm trading differently. So what you're saying doesn't matter. Doesn't mean they're not right or won't be right. But, and then some people say, being late or being early is also being wrong. Well, that also depends on that person's time frame, right? It's all subjective to the individual. Just like finances are personal. They're personal to the individual. What makes sense to one person might not make sense to another. Why would you pay your house off? That's stupid. You can do this and this and that. Well, I paid my house off because my health is poor and I don't want my family have to worry about paying a mortgage. Oh, okay. Well, I guess. I mean, you could have made a better investment. Well, some people believe that investment into family is the biggest investment ever. Investment into friendships, family, whatever. It's more important than this. So that's my whatever rant that I just went on for a while for whatever reason. But that's my point is, it don't matter what the narrative you're saying, or like it's always going to be right and wrong for whoever the individual is. So just listen to learn from the individual. That's a fact is a fact, but if it comes to a personal standpoint, like you don't like, the majority of things will be subjective. Like opinions flow freely, right? Delayed reaction says, it doesn't look big on my screen. If I only had $1 every time I heard that. Right? I know. That was when I was looking at the SPY. It doesn't look big on the screen, right? That's funny. That's good. The Sailor Shift Paradox. The Sailor to Shift Paradox. Yeah. Price is the true narrative. Yeah, price is a very true narrative. You can't teach these people, bro. Realist. I can't, realist, are you, I can't tell, like, so some of the things I read, but I could just be kind of misinterpreting it, but are some of the stuff you trolling me or not? I couldn't get a good grasp on it, but I'm feeling like you aren't, but I could be wrong. But then there's some of it that I was like, is he just been trolling me? I can't tell. But I'm leaning that you're not. Just don't watch the news, watch the charts. Man, that's pretty true. You'll get the news. News is always late. Well, nowadays, like you can find news feeds that are pretty much instant, but if you're watching it on TV like CNBC, they're gonna pretty much report it after the shock happened. Bananas lawsuits over people on X. Are they? I don't know. Kodak Black. Is it real? I think that there's nothing to hold there. I think it's the most stupidest thing ever if he's trying to sue people for what reason? Because they say that he sucks at trading. It's actually a pretty funny idea if he does, because what's going to happen is he's going to actually have to bring his statements as it, like he's going to have to prove what he trades and what he does and if it's real or if it's not. I don't think he realizes that. And for the most part, a lot of people have been showing that it's fake trades. They can't see them on the tape. So I haven't looked into it personally, but I've seen a few things and I'm like, that is weird. And then he says one thing and then the other, and it's like, that means it's just going to get exposed to everybody if that's the case. But I don't think anything holds. I think it's a waste of time. And I think honestly, now at this point, I actually think that he actually has bipolar disorder, and it's actually affecting him through a bigger like realm. That's what it seems like. Just his crazy reactions to people in the DMs. It's just not like no mentally stable person would do that, in my opinion. Right? Like you don't just like you don't do that. Like unless if you're like a little like crazy. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like I read some of the messages he says, and it's like, and what he does, and like
PM on Monday discussed US tariffs and agreed there can be no winners in a trade war.
Crazy. So I have no idea. He used to follow me, and for some reason, like I never followed him, by the way. He would just always show up in my feed. And then all of a sudden it got really quiet. I'm like, everything feels so good on Twitter. And I like looked him up, and I was like, oh, he blocked me. I've never, like, I don't think I've interacted with him really all that much or said anything to him directly that was bad. But there was a few things that I'm like, yeah, I'm going to call this guy out. So I'm assuming that he probably saw something and was like, no. But he never reached out to me and said anything like that to me. Do. TLT. All right, SPY just kind of cranking itself up a little bit here. We had a nice kind of breakout candle here. If I zoom in, you can kind of see the emotion and the momentum behind it by the range of the candle's body. Then it got another big authoritative candle. Now we're starting to see the momentum of the bodies kind of shift to get a little bit smaller. This is a live view of expansion leading to contraction. The ranges are still kind of there, so they're volatile. So, you know, things like this tend to just, then you get some kind of consolidation. But if we can keep this train going and see a couple more of these, easily pop us right up into this area. But overhead, we got that quarterly expected move, which has been acting as a level of contention, right? We broke down from it over here too, got above it a few times, and that's in confluence with that tariff VWAP. So ultimately, you want to get through those levels. Market net flow right now has continued to diverge, so that's a bullish sign for the markets. I like that. Not a crazy, convergence by any means, right? That can potentially go gray, which means SPY just goes sideways, maybe pulls in a bit. But it's at least a positive note to see that divergence spreading out. We're up 50 basis points on the trading session, which is a huge comeback from earlier. And then also if you're looking at futures, right? If you're looking at futures, this comeback was massive, right? Zoom out over here. And we were down, almost 5-6% on some of these products, and making our way back, trying to. Colby. Not as likely to dump with MNF. I mean, this is the thing. So it's a positive sign what we're seeing in MNF right now, or market net flow. But the volatility is still alive and present, right? So it's good to see, but is it like, do I have the confidence that we're going to like rip? And if we rip, where can we go to? What's our risk to reward here? I mean, we're basically right there. This would be the reward right up into here. It can go higher than that, right? It can obviously go higher, but when I'm looking at it from, areas of potential resistance, that's our reward. And what's our risk? I don't know. I mean, below this candle low, that seems like it's pretty tight. So maybe a 1-for-1 there. Or this low down here, then you have, your risk is here, reward is there, or even further down. Like, I don't know. So there's a couple ways you can structure this. If you think the market's going to bounce up higher, you can keep on what you have, or you can start to say, hey, if we take out this low, then I'll be out of my position. And you can go a little bit wider out. And you could try to hope for that we don't gap down again tomorrow or get stopped out in the morning and it come back again, or if we, move higher. It's a very, very, very intricate way of going about this right now. So at minimum, right, I look to add exposure down here, right, into the daily move. I would have did better, you know, if we were at the lower. And I sold into this crazy bounce, quite a bit of it. And now I have a little bit extra exposure just in case if we do bounce in a leveraged product, but it's a small position. And if we start to see signs of more life, I'm going to continue to add into that. Thoughts on Michael Gayad as a person, as an analyst, as a CFA, as what? Michael Gayad has been the only person that's known in the industry that's actually shown me has been like nice to me, right? And shared my work and was not critical of me being a newbie at the time. He's the only one that gave me some of his time for various things. But I can't say the same for other people in the industry. In fact, they look at me like competition, and I've even seen them take my work and remake it and reshare it. And I know this for a fact because some of the stuff that I show is so off the wall, but it makes a lot of sense. And you can't just remake a chart and post it to a gigantic audience and me look at it and be like, you didn't just think of that the same day, right? There is a gigantic newsletter service out there with and product out there that is servicing and it's been around for so long, tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people, because people always post it on Twitter too. I created a chart of a 10-month rate of change on oil to date back to the oil embargo to show what happens on massive spikes. And the very next day, they posted the same exact chart, no credit, no nothing, no reach out. They just remade exactly what I made on stockcharts.com as if it was theirs. Not a chance in heck that they would have created the same chart as me the very next day. Doesn't make any sense. So, he shows me a lot of respect. I show him a lot of respect. As far as like analysis goes, I mean, we trade differently. We don't do the same things via trading. But that doesn't mean anything to me, right? Okay, like a lot of people trade differently than me. I like it. I'll take anybody's opinion. I don't really care. I'm still going to trade, I'm going to trade my stuff. And if it makes sense in my kind of avenue, then it could be good information that I need. But yeah, it was poor form. It's happened multiple times too. It's it's really annoying because I like a lot of like bigger, like especially influencers and stuff. I just find it weird because I'm not saying this is with everybody or whatever. Okay, so I take that back. So there was a big person named Lance that actually pulled some of my tweets and actually quoted me he's big. His name is Lance. Has a big newsletter, big service, and he actually used my like exact tweet and referenced me in one of his articles. And I was like, okay, thank you. But I don't know. It's just interesting to me because a lot of like, even, okay. So you know that macro guy, what's his name? Alfonso Picatello or something like that. Like he's not a dumb person, but he's gotten ripped into on X multiple times because he takes smaller creators' content and repositions it as if he came up with it. Now, I don't know if he's doing that anymore after being called out by thousands of people, but that's the kind of stuff that sometimes I have to deal with. And now I'm getting to the size where I'm a decent sized channel, but people will still take my stuff. And like, that's fine. It's public, but like, what's the competition? Like, just share it. Like, and then we can build a relationship and work together. I don't know. I see it differently than I guess some people. Like, to me, it's not a competition. To others, it is. Markets, maybe some people heard of Markets of Mayhem. He used to follow me and engage in my content. And then like I started to add like the tradie tick stuff into my servers, and then they immediately did it right after, right? Which is totally fine, but I just started offering way more value. And then because he started streaming Fortnite, and I was like, hey, let's play on a stream. And then he just unfollowed me. and then just stopped engaging in my stuff. I'm like, because I asked him to play Fortnite. Like that's what's super, like, that's so weird to me. I guess he doesn't want people to see that he was following me. It was just very weird. I don't know. It's probably nothing, but or he just, like, some of my malarkey that I post on my feed, maybe he just didn't want to see it. Could be that too. But I mean, come on, he was streaming Fortnite, so that's malarkey itself. People too full of it, yeah, especially in this space. Yeah, I don't get it. It's a very ego-driven space, and I get it. Like, everyone has moments of it. Hey, DD, thanks for subbing the Prime there on Twitch. SMCX is up 25%. Old Grumpy, that's crazy. It's a big move. Who did that, Mike? I'm not going to mention the service. I'm not going to mention it.
So just monitoring some commentary from.
I'm not going to bother with it.
On the budget, Johnson said
if they do it again, I'll bring it back up. But this was a while ago that they did it, and I haven't ran into that issue with them again.
Talk to everyone in the morning
because I did mention it on one of my videos, and then all of a sudden it stopped. So
Johnson was also asked on whether he trusts Trump on tariffs. Just noting that they do have to give the president space. His strategy is playing out.
Getting some more news there. Apparently. SPY just doodling up, and now I just heard a little tariff news drop there on the feed. Let's, what was that about? I don't even know where my news feed's at. Where's my news feed? There it is. President Trump is live at the Oval Office. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Does anybody have that link? Maybe we can pull it up. I mean, we'll hear what they say on the news feed, but oops.
Please sign the petition and urge Congress to make.
Waiting for the event to begin. All right, I'll pull up the event. Oh, come on. There's new stuff happening every 5 seconds. Buying one lotto put. So it looks like it's about to kick off here. I guess. I don't know if this is the right feed, but I mean, I'm assuming it is. Trump holds meeting with Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu. Market net flow still holding positively right there. You saw a little bit of an uptick in the cumulative net premiums for puts, but if you're trading this, it's pretty choppy. Just looking at this smaller chart, it's a very choppy day today. Hard to really get through this. I think they're really, I mean, feel like we did a decent job navigating it and utilizing tick. Overall, we came into the 0-date level or the 2DTE level of 5,100, and we kind of ran into some resistance there. Let's see if anything's changed from a shorter term perspective. 5,100 is the put wall, and we're kind of right there. So that's a little bit of a change from what we saw earlier. These were the levels that we saw earlier in the trading session. These white lines there that you see on the left-hand side for the SPX. I mean, I'd be honest, like, this is a good comeback for the day so far. I mean, it's flat on the trading session. But there was a lot of fear, a lot of scare. So I don't know where we're going to close. We still got about 2 hours left in the trading session. Yeah, anything can happen. Am I confident that we have a tradable low? No, I'm not confident at all. I think that it's definitely a possibility, and I'm going to take my stabs at it. I tried earlier this morning, and I got lucky. Right? I traded the low down here at the daily implied move. I wanted it to go deeper to do more trades. I didn't get it. I don't know if no, it didn't hit there after hours either. Or sorry, pre-market, but so I didn't quite get it. But I did enter into some stuff here, mainly tech because I talked about that one yesterday, and the move came so violently that I ended up selling 2/3 of it, 3/3 of it. Sorry, over 2/3 of it. So I don't have much left. I don't even have 1/3 of it. I have less than 1/3 of it left. So hopefully we can get some continuation, right? And then maybe I can add it back into it or just trade it. Cause I'm not looking like for a long-term hold here, clearly, because that was just crazy. So I got lucky on whatever this was, the little news event, fake news event. And if we take these lows out, I'll probably just get out of that position and then reset it up and start to look again at a lower weekly implied move. But I wanted Monday to be a kind of a rip your face to the downside day where it really gets people worried. And I just didn't get to that. I just didn't get quite there. Futures did it. Futures did scare. I could see that in the comments after I posted my video last night and everyone was freaking out. Not a single one of them would have thought that the day is going to end up. Well, maybe some, but all the ones that were freaking out in the comments definitely did not. And we'll see, right? Trump can come out right here and we can whack these markets right back down. I'm not really willing to put too much capital here other than shorter term trades. So I'm sorry that's not like perfect, but that's just kind of what I see. It's a very uncertain environment. I'm not going to say I think this or think that's going to happen because I have no idea. No idea. I'm just going to trade my levels. Cap says close the gap above and then dump. That'd be a big move. I mean, these are huge expected moves. So I'd love to see. The thing is, if we get up there, guess where we're going to be above? We're going to be above the tariff announcement, VWAP. So if we get back above here, even a pullback into this VWAP test, and it would be back in the quarter to date, that can still create some good opportunities to continue to the upside. All right, tick chart's getting a little frothy probably, I would imagine. I'm seeing the market come in a bit here. Give me a second here. Here, my family just got back. I want to see how the music stuff took place. Give me a moment.
And do note the US trade.
That was a pretty deep reading there. I just wasn't, once again, I'm not ready to trade it.
Approached him to discuss tariffs according to the written testimony being cited by Reuters. Do note this is in fitting with commentary we have heard from other officials. But the USTR here is to tell Congress that nearly 50 countries have approached him to discuss tariffs in his written testimony.
Give me one moment.
And the USTR is to say countries including Argentina, Vietnam, and Israel have suggested they will reduce tariffs and non-tariff barriers. As the written testimony there from the USTR is to state that countries including Argentina, Vietnam, and Israel have suggested they will reduce tariffs and non-tariff barriers.
All right, I'm back. Scooby-doop, scooby-doop-doop. Doesn't look like there's a live feed yet. There's a live feed, but
commentary from Navarro from the US.
Doesn't look like the Trump
this is
from
not
the
a negotiation.
meeting
From
of
Cambodia,
Netanyahu is
Cambodia,
live yet on,
Mexico,
at least
and
on,
Vietnam
according to
on
Fox.
tariffs.
Market just doodling around here. Apparently the music thing. Oh, they canceled the conference? It's not happening? Trading Guru, is that did they say that? I mean, the live feed is still up. It says waiting for event to begin. But it also started streaming about 84 minutes ago, so. And the feed just actually activated live. For others, oh, here comes an ad. So maybe they're doing it. Give me a second, sorry. Okay, I don't know what that was. What other choices for market net flow other than trade ETX? Maybe the community can help out there. I think it was canceled. Okay, well, there we go. So I can exit out of this. If a lot of people are saying it's canceled, I'm assuming it's canceled there. Cool, thanks for the heads up, everybody. Trading Guru, thank you, appreciate it.
There's a tweet here from Treasury Secretary Besant. Says, after a constructive phone call with the government of Japan,
Oh, my
Trump has
video is not
tasked
on,
him
my
and
bad.
the US Trade Representative to open negotiations to implement the president's vision for the new golden age of global trade with Japan PM Shiba and his cabinet. Something to be aware of there regarding US and Japanese trade. Via a tweet there from Treasury Secretary Besant on X.
First, you don't want it to happen. Now you're complaining that it's not happening. No, I don't really. Are you talking to me? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not complaining. I couldn't care less. Do not care.
So note for Apple. Apple possibly plans to source more iPhones from India as a potential tariff fix. Again, just here, that's Apple.
Yeah, there's some Apple news coming, so that's making a move.
From India as a potential tariff fix, according to the Wall Street Journal.
Apple with a tariff fix. Let's pull up Apple.
Does note the adjustments are a
Seen some volume come in there.
stopgap, while Apple attempts to win an exemption from a
little bit of volume.
tariffs.
Not much of a pump.
In the Wall Street Journal,
Right now we're
citing
still at its
sources.
lower vol range. Been basically down there all day. Came up to its upper implied vol range today when we had that pump. I think SPY did the same thing. Yeah, SPY did the same thing. Came up to its upper implied vol range and then started selling off. And we're holding up still. Pretty good for the day. Not bad. Not too shabs. Water. Qs are too risky. Don't go too big. I don't really take too big of positions. Well, everyone's calling for a Black Monday. This is once again, the worst Black Monday ever. Especially that it's up. SPY's up now almost 1% on the trading session currently, right? We still got about an hour and a half left.
Just further from the
market net flow still holding up rather well.
On X, he was noting how Japan remains among
not quite back up to the quarterly implied move for the day, and then also, right, this is the levels of contention to watch for and wait for, is that tariff announcement, VWAP, as well as that quarterly implied move.
By retaliating and doubling down on previous negative behavior.
Expected move for the day has come off a bit, but it's still gigantic. Look at these expected moves. I don't even know if this is real. This is crazy.
He doesn't. They do look
like this is once again a time where I'd reach out to support and be like, "Is this right?"
About the other 50 countries.
The other day I did that. If you didn't hear me talk about that before, I'd reached out to him. I was like, "Is your data accurate?" On like a bunch of different stuff, and I'm like, "Because it just doesn't seem accurate." And then sure enough, 2 days later, it makes a lot more sense once you see what happens. But right now, there's still $8 of implied move for today.
Here,
it's
White
crazy.
House Economic Advisor
And then
Moran says
$19 of
encourage
implied move
countries
for
to
tomorrow.
approach Trump with offers
That's
to reduce tariffs.
ridiculous. There's some reduced news on some news on reducing tariffs. So spies trying to break out here. Once again, these would be the levels to watch. Yeah, market's very sensitive to various news things. Like that's what's scary is because one thing can happen very quickly. So a lot of like technical trading just for me is just not the place to be. So I'm trying to approach it from more of a quantitative standpoint and looking at like levels that the markets are pricing in. And then also I'll look at stuff like volume weighted average price and so forth. But trading like technical patterns, I don't want to deal with any like a bunch of the whipsaws and stuff. So I'm looking at extensions via ticks to fade, and then also more quantitative base levels. And then just focusing on risk.
White House's Moran that says Trump would welcome countries taking down barriers to US exports.
So Trump is talking. I don't know if it's on a live stream or not, but we're getting news while he's talking, so. Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Generator. It seems like the market wants definitely to find itself some foot. I mean, this move alone just showed you what it was like seeking out some sort of news event, and it just showed you what can happen in these markets in an illiquid market, and how fast it can move after a large, gigantic sell-off. That is crazy. That was such a wild move in such a short period of time. I mean, to really get a picture of it, you got to look at like something like NQ and just like look at the minute chart and just be in awe of that. That was ridiculous. Where is it? Come on, come up here. There it is. Like that's crazy. Like we're right here, and then 5 minutes later, you know, you're up 800 points, even higher, 1,000 points in the matter of 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You know, whatever. It's crazy. Absolute bonkers. After seeing that decision, you're just a buyer. 10% intraday move. Yeah, like, was it 10%? Was that honestly what it was from this low? 10% move. In the E-mini NASDAQ, a 10% move in the matter of a few minutes. Like, hello, it's crazy. I don't know if anybody like really understands how crazy that is. That's bonkers. Congratulations. You're probably watching like something that's happened very, very few times, if at all, in history. It's crazy.
Out of balance against manufacturing.
That was probably, I don't even know. I would love to see the stats on it, but I would be close to assume that that rate of change in that period of time, 1,000-point move in the NASDAQ was probably the largest point move in the shortest period of time. I bet you maybe it's happened a few other times within that small of a time frame, but I would imagine that it's far and few between. I don't know how to even pull that type of statistics up, but I'm sure that probably somebody could figure that out. That's wild. 10% move. There's a tick reading of minus 950. Once again, I'm not fast enough yet, so if it stays down there, maybe I will. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm a little hesitant to jump into this, but if we can go a little bit more, maybe I'll take a little bit of a scalp. I'm not loving the NQ chart right now, but it's getting pretty heavy right now at about 1,200 ticks. Let's push a little bit lower, maybe to 650 on NQ. Maybe I'll consider it if we can stay down here. Nah. You could have scalped a few bucks there, but not really my cup of tea there. Wasn't fast enough. Wasn't my cup of tea. Yeah, exactly, exotic. That's why I was saying that. Yeah, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. That's why I worded it that way. And then if you look at percentage points and point moves and percentage point moves, it's going to be different. Yeah, over the course of time. That's why I said point move is probably one of the largest. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe percentage point. Make sure to turn your tariff view up orange. It's actually kind of funny idea. Let's do it. Properties, we'll make it orange. That's funny. There we go. You've been trading since 2000, never seen anything like it. Yeah, that's okay. There you go. There you go, people. That's crazy, huh? There we go. We're coming back down to this reading. Maybe now I can get that shot that I wanted. Let's go a little bit deeper here. Come on. I don't think it's going to give it to me. Yeah. Orange swan event. It was the fastest move in the shortest period of time in all U.S. history. Is there like a source on that one by any way, Tube? Flash crash was worse. Was that like 2010, right? Are you talking about the 2010 flash crash? The Cheeto VWAP. Oh, too funny. All right, we're seeing the market kind of come back in a little bit here. Watching to see if we can get another kind of extended reading down here. We've been kind of sinking off here in NQ at these lower levels. So if we do get, minus 1200 print, by a quick flush. Like, I don't love the look of this because it looks like it's just now breaking down from here, but we'll see, because sometimes you can get like these false moves and then people try to short it then, and then you get these little traps. So we'll see if we can get down here, and I'll take another stab at it. Maybe here at like 1165 or 1200. It's just not getting there for me. I don't know. It ain't there. Ain't there yet, at least. Maybe the biggest move, yeah. Heard from an investment banker and a source of Bloomberg Terminal. Oh, well, shoot, that's pretty good source. I'd love to see that. They had like a screenshot or shared it on like Twitch or something like that, or on X or something. That'd be cool to see. It'd be cool to share in one of my market briefs. If they can provide it, or you can share like a link to a screenshot or anything like that, or put it on X and then tag me. I'd love to share it. I'll reference it. Yeah, I don't know what it looked like in 1987 as far as like the time frame. I have no idea. I would imagine that'd be a big day too. But I have no idea. I haven't looked that stuff yet. So I don't even know what the NQ was at that time, or futures stuff. I have never really looked into it. Thoughts on the Trump's 50% increase on China if they don't remove their 34% by tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a concern. I don't really have thoughts on it. I just prefer to see what the market's thoughts are on it, because the market's going to be right about it and I'll be wrong about it. I'll be right about it, I'll be wrong about it, but if price go high, price good, or it good. Price go down more, no good. At least in the meantime, right? So the market's a discounting mechanism, so I try to stay on the right side of the market and kind of follow what it's doing. But other than that, I don't really know. I don't understand the stuff in great detail. I'm not going to pretend like I do. It just feels top heavy over here. Market net flow is still holding up good, but the convergence is kind of dying off here. VIX came well off of its highs, still up on the trading session, but it's well off the highs from pre-market. Came off a bit. XLC holding up. Q's currently up on the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we find our way back to break even on the trading session if this kind of like slop holds up. Oh, what did I just do here? Oh gosh, I hate Thinkorswim when I delete things on accident. SPY is flat on the trading session.
And WTI crude futures, they settled low today by $1.29 at $60.70 per barrel.
I mean, overall, it's been a nice stage comeback. 10-year yield coming off a bit here. Starting to turn gray on convergence, meaning the market's just not moving with this, but that's okay. That doesn't mean necessarily bearish. It just means that we could be just consolidating and or try to find our way back into a more positive convergence of the market. It just doesn't really give us an edge, is really the all honesty of that. Market net flow in trading view. I don't think you can in trading view. I don't think that there's a market net flow chart within trading view. I don't think that they have that data or that they should do that type of chart. I have it in Tradie Ticks. That makes sense. As far as the other services instead of Tradie Ticks, I think that there's one called like Whale Watch or Whale. Wait, what is it called? Whale something. And then also Spot Gamma is pretty great. I don't have it, but I hear good things. Is Tradie Ticks free? No, Tradie Ticks is not free. It's pretty expensive service. It's not crazy, but if you're in the Discord, you can type in the command on the query channel, but it doesn't give you. So this is probably like $70 a month with all this data, all this stuff. So if you find it beneficial, cool, then get Tradie Ticks. In the Discord, you can, in my thing, it's $9 a month or $90 for the entire year. But in the query channel, you can type in a command to get market net flow. But it doesn't show you this indicator down here, convergence. It only shows momentum. And it looks like this. But you'll still get the main source of lines there. That'd be probably one of the more inexpensive ways to see it, other than, I don't really know, actually. I don't think Tradie Ticks has a service where you can just use market net flow. They like sell everything together. If your Discord does not load, should you send an email? Unusual Whale, thanks. Yeah, that's what it was. Appreciate it. I think that they have one. I don't know how it works though. Yeah, so if you can't get into the Discord, Michael, go on Patreon and send me a direct message on Patreon. We can take care of it. I'll look into, see what's going on. A lot of the times if it gets disconnected, what you need to do is unsync it from your Patreon and then resync it back up and do it from a, that is not live, at Mike, that is not live. At Mike, that is not live. Ditched, I think you ditched my Discord sub. I don't know what that means. What do you mean, ditched it? I don't control any of the, like really anything within that realm. So if you get kicked from the Discord It's not me doing it. So you might need to just unsync it or resync it, or make sure that like the card is still active,
impacts on China's economy,
or things like that.
To absorb that pain.
Because it's a bot that's automated, and then Patreon handles all of that internal stuff. The only time that I would kick somebody out of the Discord server is if they're constantly breaking rules and are rude to other people, which has happened maybe one time out of thousands of people. So I think it's probably just a syncing problem. So if you have Patreon, you have a Discord, go into Patreon on a computer, laptop or desktop. Don't do it from a cell phone. I find it way easier to do from there. And then just unsync Discord, log out of Discord, unsync Discord from Patreon, resync it back up, log back in, and the bot should initiate again. Every once in a while, it does a clear out. So if you change like your username on Discord or stuff like that, you'll probably need to resync it. If you make any like adjustments like that. Because one person reached out to me and they're like, I'm doing it, but it's not showing it. I'm like, your Discord username is like different. I'm like, who's this? And they're like, well, that's, my username. I'm like, that's not what I'm seeing on my channels after I shared them a link, which I don't do because they get kicked out if that's the case and they have to resync it. So I looked at it, I'm like, who's using my link right now? And they're like, that's me. I'm like, that's not your Discord username. They're like, well, no, I changed it. I'm like, dude, we've been troubleshooting this for 30 minutes and you didn't just tell, like, I can't believe it. And then they were like, they're like, I'll try again in the morning. I'm like, what do you mean? We've been just trying this for 30 minutes. And you changed all your settings. You were trying to sync the incorrect Discord up to the Patreon. That's why it's not working. The bot will try to get in the proper name into the channels. And if it's a different name, it's not going to get you in. Yeah. So yeah, if you're having issues with it, just reach out and I can look to make sure that your Discord is connected. Because if it's not, that's problem one. If it is and you're not getting access, sometimes we need to unsync it. And there's actually in the getting started post, there's a link that shows you step-by-step instructions if it's not working. So yeah, I still use Bookmap. I just haven't brought it up in a bit. For some reason, so I might end up just moving it over to my Thinkorswim platform because I've been having problems with it on my end. Like I've been having just weird problems with it, so I haven't been like sharing it. So I've been considering just adding it. I was actually looking into it yesterday about just adding it into them there or just reaching back out to Bookmap and working with them to help me set it up because I don't know, they did this change in data where I would have DX feed data and then they moved over to Bookmap data and like I couldn't get my settings right and I just haven't fixed it yet. So I can look at stocks perfectly fine right now on that, but with the futures, it looked all off to me and I just haven't taken the time to figure it out. Is Thinkorswim like TradingView? It's different. It's definitely different, but it's a charting platform and a way to execute trades and stuff like that. But it's definitely different. But yeah, it's a charting service. We have NQ coming in a bit here. Really, actually, I should just say it's kind of going sideways. SPX getting hung up at that 5100. Market net flow still remains bullish, up 25 basis points on the trading session. The Trump, yeah. I've had it, but I just turned it orange for everybody because they're like, make it orange. All right, that's a good idea. That's funny. Have a good afternoon, Rich. Yeah, you could take a look. And then if you have any problems with it, if you're still an active person in there or active user in the Patreon, right? I don't post anything on Patreon. I do it all in the Discord, but yeah, check it out and then sync it up. And if it's not active, well, then that would be why you can't see anything too, obviously. Markets bottom on bad news. You are not incorrect, Bo. That's exactly what happened October 2022. We bottomed on the highest inflation print in years. Can we take a look at Grab? Yeah, Pixel, we can take a look at Grab chart. It's one I haven't pulled up for a minute. It doesn't look good. Might be just dealing with the market volatility. I think I was looking at it back over here, and then on this day, and then I was looking to see how it might consolidate. I think it looked good right over here, but it's just moving with market volatility. It's just not a good setup. All right. A lot of these names now have to recover. It's going to take some time and patience to get back to where I want to see some swing trades again. That doesn't mean that I can't take stabs when market conditions change at lower readings. I've been actually kind of looking back at Beyond too. This one's been hammered. Where is it at today? Is it down? See how much this gets brutalized and beat up. But if we start moving into a better environment, and where small caps start to outperform, sometimes you can get some really good alpha generated from small caps, but it's not right. I'm not ready for that yet. Thanks. I appreciate that for being one of the members there in the Discord. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce the name right, but how? Sorry if I messed that up. I'll just say
futures,
H.
They settled low today by $1.37, $64.21 per barrel.
Yeah, VNM and yeah, sorry, Farmer. We'll look at that. VNM, Vietnam. Hello, Vietnam. Yeah, Vietnam came out with their tariff news the other day on Monday or Friday, and that's what saved my portfolio. Not VNM specifically. Nike moved up with that news. And I think it's just because of they do some manufacturing out there, if I remember correctly. But big move there and a big move in Nike. Today, it's just moving with market volatility. So it definitely beat it's kind of like acted differently with the news burst, and now it's going back to what it's been doing with market volatility, which is unfortunate, but we'll see. Overall, I mean, the chart's not great on the weekly time frame. Not great on the daily time frame. It's going to take time. That's why I was looking at Nike. As Nike was more of a play for me for a longer term trade, just at crappy levels, Nike right now also just down on the trading session, so it's not moving well with the markets currently. SPY's being up on the day, 37 basis points. Nike's down, right? But really, it's just an inside trading day. Right now, at least anything could happen. But I do like Nike at really depressed levels for just like a longer term thing. But it doesn't mean it can't go obviously lower. The main level I was watching was 60, and then we cracked through it. So I have started to build out a position in it, and I did sell a little bit into that pop, which was I was on live stream, and I did it. I thought I did it, and then I didn't do it, so I did it a little bit lower. And now I'm just kind of patiently waiting for something better to happen here. Tick chart just got a pretty extended reading as the market's kind of coming in here. So NQ, it's not my favorite look. If we were getting a full-blown puke, I'd probably look to do some fades, but right now we're just kind of chopping in a range. That was a pretty deep reading there. Ah, man, we're just getting some pretty killer readings on these things. So it's offering up some quick opportunities to do scalps for a lot of people. Unfortunately, I'm on a live stream. I'm not fast enough. So I got a couple in there. You got an alert at Nike for $48. Yeah, great. Awesome. It'd be cool, killer if it went down there. 51.49 for Nike. Sweet. Yeah, who knows? Who knows where this thing could go? It'd be great. If we get lower, I can actually build into a proper longer term investment. I'm putting my feelers out there right now on that. And if I'm trading in a couple accounts, like a longer term investment, I put my feelers out. And if I do the swing trade stuff, I'll go a little bit heavier, and then but I'll be quicker to sell it. So I sold it in one of my other main accounts, just not all of it, just a piece of it. EWZ. Yeah, it's just yeah, not the greatest setups. I mean, just they're not great looking charts. They've been kind of depressed. Now it's been going sideways, which is positive, but we probably need to start breaking some higher levels up here for me to feel like, hey, we're moving into a larger stage uptrend in some of these countries, and just dealing with a lot of this volatility within FX market and then also the tariff stuff. Yeah, just, you know, like Europe was looking good. What's Europe's fund? Is that like VGK or something like that? See what that looks like. Was it? Yeah, Vanguard Europe. So this one was holding very strong, and in the last couple of days moves with the market volatility, right? And it's coming down to these prior levels down here. I mean, look how fast that moved. That basically wiped out all of last year in 2 days. I'm just not really interested in. Oh, we're getting a pretty. Hold on. See if I can get a reading here. Oh, that was fast. I'm not really interested in trading the last hour of trade with this stuff. I don't know what's going to happen, so maybe I'm just going to move on from that. I love the opportunity to take some more trades, especially because I'm live, but whatever. FXI. Yeah, a lot of the, like, I'm too afraid to enter into any of these China names now after, like, I liked it here, how it was looking and how it was setting up, and I was looking for some strength. Tariff stuff wrecked it for us, right? So we get a catalyst, it broke down, tightened, broke down, and now I'm just kind of like, I don't care if it bounces up. I just want to re-see something shape up as far as price goes, and right now I'm just not really willing to risk capital into this volatility, unless if it's very small, like I'll try to fade it, but I'm just not right now. K-Web would be the same thing, right? It looked very good over here, right? So it would have been nice to see it play a little breakout, but just expanded to the downside. So it's not really on my radar anymore until further notice. And you know what's funny is once the tariff stuff like gets resolved, or if we get good news, I mean, this thing could be right back up here. Right? Like it could literally change like boom overnight. And I'm like, it is what it is. Like I'm not really willing to kind of battle with that. And if I was, it'd be such a small position. It probably wouldn't even do anything. Probably cause me more stress. GitLab, GTLB. This one hasn't gone anywhere for years. This is just a big sideways chop fest. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. We're kind of coming to the lower range if you look at this as far as a range goes. So, you know, if we look at this from the terms of a stage analysis, where we have our 40-week, 30-week, first off, we were clearly in a decline stage during the, IPO stuff. I guess this was IPO. Boom, came down. Is this the accumulation phase? Well, you'd want it back above the 40-week, and you want it to trend higher. But overall, we're kind of just in this range. And today, I mean, it's up pretty nicely versus the market, but it's also not in the greatest. It's not in a trend. It's more neutral, range bound. So I would set things up. If you go long, you know where the stop would be. It'd be at the bottom of that range. I don't know if you can see those on TradingView, Scott. As far as like the longer term bottoming indicators, I pull them from stock charts. And then if you happen to be randomly in the Discord or through the Patreon and you have the Discord sunk up, you can go into the stock market indicator section, and I have a permalinks to those charts where you can I have them, I built them, right, from based off of stuff that I've seen. So you have to build it. All right, NQ coming in still here. Once again, it's not the greatest look over here, but we're probably going to get a ding here on my computer screen. Not really trying to trade right now, but we'll see if it makes sense from a very frothy reading. All right, so there's a reading. Let's go a little bit deeper. Yeah, I don't know, like, because if I'm looking at NQ right here, I mean, I guess it's prior support, so you can do a quick scalp, but it's also like, I don't know, quick scalps. Quick scalps. Went up a few points. Not the greatest look on a chart, but it was a very extended, 30-second candle, minute candle, right? Where you get this extension on a break. People are like all short, and then you could fade it up a bit. Doesn't mean it's not going to continue to break down, but Those are fast moves, right? We're talking, you know, from 75 to 600, so 25 points. This is for the traders that are like in and out within moments, right? That are looking to be fast. Unfortunately, I know that's not a lot of people, but I don't know. NEE. Yeah, let's take a look at NEE. NEE, is that NEETN? You mean Nextera? Oh, ETN is a separate signal. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. I mean, this is, I think, if I believe correctly, this is the largest holding in XLU, the utilities fund, right? Right now, we're making new lows on the year. Not necessarily the greatest sign, but also we're not doing all too horrible. It's holding up more from a relative standpoint.
Just further here from White House's Moran.
I haven't played with the Nasdaq tick tick Q. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you ever play around with it and test it out. But I do trade Nasdaq, and I've been looking at just the NYSE tick, and it's worked out pretty good. But
decision will be up to you.
I don't know anything about using that one. You can find tick charts for all of it, for whatever ones are provided. But yeah. So it's not my favorite looking chart over here as we're dealing with that big burst of volatility. But once again, when this type of stuff happens, I'm definitely throwing out less swing trades, more shorter term, faster type of trades. Okay, David, just to be clear, the 65 trades that I did, it's across 5 accounts. So it sounds like I actually executed in and out 65 times. I did not. It was less than that. But it's across 5 accounts. So it's like divide that by 5. So I was in and out, whatever that is. And they're not long. It's like, I'm talking like 30 seconds. I can actually look. Let me see. Let me see the last one. Give me a second here. Oh, as this is happening. Dang it. Am I missing it? God, man. This market is frothy. All right, well, I'll keep an eye on it. Give me a second here if we start to break down a little bit further. How do I look? How do I do this? There we go. Well, actually, this one was pretty long hold. I don't know how to check on my other accounts. That one was 1:30. This one, 28 seconds.
So note for Meta. Punchbowl reporting that legislators
okay, here we're getting a deep reading.
To claim
Let me see here. Maybe I'll fire one off. Yeah, I'll fire one off.
Zuckerberg lied to
a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. All right, I'll fire one MNQ contract for a quick fade trade. Stop at break even. And I'm going to lock in, and then I'm stopped out. Okay. That was just $10. So, yeah, that was fast. Probably could have held that one a little bit more. But I'm trying to do this for you here, so give me a second. Where did it go? There you go. I got to pay attention to this. Give me a second here. Come on. Come on, a little bit deeper. Let's get a bigger flush here. Come on. I think you'd be safe with an MNQ right here, but I'm just giving it a little bit more time just in case. I think I'm gonna miss it. I missed it. It's fine. So this was the it was 28 seconds. So it goes from that and it could be a couple minutes. Like typically if it's a little bit longer though, it's probably scaled out. I missed this one. That sucks. Are there any micro scalping rules on prop firms? Not that I know of. I haven't seen anything like that necessarily. There's more of like risk management rules, like not to go from one micro to all of a sudden one mini or two minis and do some crazy stuff. And there's consistency rules, but and then they have rules around not using bots and stuff. But man, if they take away scalping, then what the hell? What are they doing? That's like one of the things people do as far as a strategy goes. So they do have a thing where they say no flipping, but I don't really think that I'm flipping here. I'm consistently doing this as a strategy, right? Flipping is when you like make like $1,000 a day, and then all of a sudden, like all you need to do is pass 2 more trading days, but then they go in and out, in and out, in and out with like no profit. But it's like a very big discrepancy of what they usually do. So I don't think I'd fall within that either. But that's where it comes to like those black and white or those gray shaded areas. Like if a prop firm says like, oh, we can't, no, you're not gonna get paid out because of this. I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna be blasting that all over media and warning everybody not to trade with them. Simple as that. I'm doing everything very ethical right now. Nothing is unethical about what I'm doing. And if they make some gray rule after the fact, that would be game over for me on them. Yeah, I've seen some obnoxious rules enforced. And some of the rules, like, they make sense. I get it. And it shouldn't be easy to extract money. But for whatever reason, if I get punished for doing what I'm doing right now, I think that there's a big red flag there because I'm trading very ethically right now. If they don't allow me to trade like this strategy, I feel like it should be more than a gray rule. It should be definitely black and white, or don't waste my time. Because in order for me to get a payout in one of these firms, it's going to take me months of trading, right? Because I'm doing it very slowly with a big account. So I spend 3 months of my time doing this, and all of a sudden I request a payout and they say, sorry, you did this. I'm like, whoa, I'm sorry, excuse me?
So we'll surely be on the lookout for the US.
I don't think that that's going to happen
for the month of February.
But
billion,
you know,
from 18.08 billion.
We'll see. By the way, if I could do 3 months of this, and even if I get paid out, I'm probably going to be moving my own personal funds into an account and doing this by myself on my own account. I'm just seeing if I can actually extract stuff from these firms, because I know it's a great thing for
some commentary from the Codelco
a great way for people to get their feet wet in this industry. But I think the main goal is to basically trade your own money. Right? I can trade my own money if I wanted to right now. It's not a problem, but why not kind of try to figure this stuff out? Look at this stuff. Look at these moves.
Will not affect long-term copper demand, noting they were talking
no, I'm not alpha
on copper and lithium and expects growth in India. As the Codelco chairman speaking.
Yeah, this is just a 30-second chart. I'm just looking at very, very fast readings here. That's all. We get the 1,000 there, but that's just me scalping. I'm not doing like flags and anything like that. I'm literally legitimately looking at the range of the candle comparably to the tick, and I'm fading it very fast.
A new export to tax credit.
Rodrigo.
A move that offers an implicit acknowledgement of the harm the White House tariff policies risks inflicting on U.S. companies, according to Bloomberg. Does state the rebate, which would be geared towards boosting U.S. manufacturers, would be issued at the end of the year to offset the effects of retaliatory tariffs as U.S. companies seek to sell their goods in foreign markets, according to these sources from Bloomberg.
Just getting pops and drops here, people. Look at when you zoom out and look at the full day. It's like a nothing burger. I will say though, if you look at the pre-market and aftermarket session of Friday, it don't look like it's not just an anything burger, you know.
And the idea has divided the administration's economic team, they said.
30-second charts, Rob, are on my Trade Evade account, and then I have premium on TradingView, so I can technically pull it up on TradingView too.
February consumer credit data is
I don't really like. I look at the chart because it gives me good like structure, but I'm not like trading a bull flag really. Like, you know, I'll point it out, but I'm not like doing that with this small of a structure. I don't do that. The fail rate on these micro charts with that type of stuff, because it's so volatile, it's just, there's too high of a fail rate. How is today a nothing burger? It just given the context of today's intraday volatility, we haven't gone anywhere. We've been just doodling around yesterday or Friday's close, so it's like a nothing burger is what I mean. As far as like where we are for the day, we've seen a lot of volatility, so that creates the something. But as far as like where we are right now, 34 basis points, it's pretty much nothing. Like this trade, it's very, very difficult to trade for most people. So I bet you if you go to any other stream that's live trading futures, unless if they know exactly what they're doing, they're not doing some ICT stuff or whatever. One, I hope that they understand what the conditions of these markets were. And then two, that they didn't get chopped up. Because a lot of those types of analysis and types of trades and patterns and stuff like that, they simply just don't work as good here. The only clean trade really was actually that right over here. That very tight price action after this flag. That was very clean. The news drove that. A fake news drove that. So that'd be one trade. One technical type pattern trade, I guess. First time here. What's up, Holden? Welcome in, man. Very crazy day move. Yeah, intraday. This was crazy. Absolutely bonkers. So yeah, just to reword what I was saying there, a nothing burger type of day is what I mean by that is like if you are like looking at your 401k from Friday to today, it didn't like, and you're not looking at intraday, right? It's a nothing burger is kind of what I meant there. Looks like a cheesecake. Trump hasn't entered his stimmy phase yet. Hey, I think a stimmy phase would be insane again. Remember the last stimmy phase that we had? Can't figure out how to trade it going into tomorrow. I'm just treating tomorrow as a brand new day. Treating tomorrow as just a brand new day. I'm not executing any big new swing trades into this environment. I turned one day trade into a swing trade today. We'll see if that plays out good. It already did play out good. I captured my profits, and now I have a very small position left. It ain't looking great right now. It's not looking horrible, but... It's a difficult environment because, if we close basically even on the day, if we gap up tomorrow, I don't know. I feel like that has a potential to be bearish, gapping up. But we haven't seen a gap up for a minute, so people will probably assume that, here we go, this is coming. But if we gap down, people will be like, oh, get that. I feel like that would be some really big seasickness for a lot of people, and they're like, give it up, it's over. And then perhaps that can lead into some sort of rally, kind of like it did today. But how am I supposed to execute into this for a longer period? I just don't. I'd rather just be flat, just not mess around yet. Yeah, exactly. It's a very wild ride for sure. Tom Lee issued an apology to investors. Oh, interesting. I didn't think they ever admit when they're wrong and do apologies. So mad respect for that. The problem that I have is, why don't they just tell what would happen? If this happens, I'll be wrong, right? Just say that up front, but they don't. Oh man, I just don't like the looks of all of this. You see how this is kind of just putting these higher lows in, but it's kind of holding this trend. It's kind of just compressing here. I mean, that's not the greatest look, is it? Let's fake us out. Let's go like this. Boom, boom. Yeah, Queen. That's exactly what this was. This was an illiquid market getting news. Showed you just how violent it could get. That right there is what I mean when I say face rip and rallies, except you want to see it like, the day is up, right? Like on a longer term period, which would be nicer. But that was an intraday face ripper, that's for sure. Let's call it what it is. Hey, Rupal, thanks for coming in. Welcome to the Discord stuff. So insight on SoFi. I can give like analysis on SoFi, but I can't comment on like personal, like personal positions and say buy here, sell here. I can't do that. I can just look at the chart and say like, would I enter a position here or not? I don't have a position in SoFi. So if I look it up, it's going to be from a fresh eyes perspective. All right. So if I look up SoFi, like I wouldn't be issuing a new trade into this because I look for price action to coil up and get tight. So, over here, right, this is the stuff that I look for. Price action coil up and get tighter, or even over here, and the moving averages start to curl up, and then I try to play small risk to reward. Now, right now, we're in the midst of volatility, which is not where I really execute new trades as far as a swing trade, but I do buy I do fade dip. So if I were to buy this right now, I'd be having to stop down here, hard stop, right? That would, that's kind of how I'd approach it, but I'm not looking to do that right now. We do have earnings around the corner here. This right here was a pretty significant break. You can see just right in this area at about 14, we're, holding up rather well. Then we popped a little bit more and we even back tested this. So the level of contention is around this 14 area. And since that point, what do you see? Series of lower highs and lower lows. So it's going to take a minute to try to fix this type of chart. Now, if you remove the 50-day and the 20-day averages, right, those are declining. So medium term, short term are declining. The 200-day is still inclining. So, if it did something like this and this 50-day kind of comes back around, the 20-day starts to zoom in back again, and it could do something like that, I would be looking over here and be like, yeah, now it looks like something that I might be able to trade if the market starts to kind of resolve itself. I don't know what earnings is going to look like. I know what the expected move will look like when we get closer there. But that's kind of how I would approach it and how I kind of look at it right now. So, hopefully it gets a little bit of insight. But, if I'm in the position, I probably would have been out already, right? Like, I'm trying to think of where I would have entered. So, for example, like I may have looked into something like this maybe. And if I would have entered, this little pullback here would have got me out. Most likely. Coming into the final hour, not much of a person to want to put on trades in the final hour, but if it makes sense, maybe it's going to be it's going to be just miniature if that's the case. But I think I'm calling it for the day. I'm tired. Am I not looking at YouTube live questions? I've been looking at the YouTube live stuff. I've been looking at Twitch and YouTube. It sounded like he lost a house. Yeah, I'm here, right? I know, seriously. Sometimes I miss some of the questions. Nvidia, should you buy? I mean, I can't comment on individual people's like, should they buy, should they sell? If it makes sense for you, right? Buying Nvidia right now for me doesn't make sense because it's not my strategy. It's not my style. I'd rather buy it up here if it started doing this. Sometimes I'll look to fade it, right? I wasn't fast enough, but I guess I did technically buy a fund today that had Nvidia in it. We discussed that on yesterday's brief that, moves with Nvidia. So I guess I did, but not directly Nvidia. Yeah. So on Discord, TM, it doesn't show that. They don't allow for that. So I'd have to just share. I share it on occasion. Some people in the Discord actually have it too. but it doesn't show convergence. All convergence is, it shows you when the price of SPY is moving with market net flow. So if I took this off, I can tell you like what it'd probably look like, right? What did I just do? Right. So this will be momentum. Momentum is the kind of the differential between the two. And you can see that this was green, this is red, and not even looking down here, as SPY was going like this, I can already tell you that market convergence is not going like this. It's going down and or it's gray because SPY is not moving with it. So when you look at this intraday, you would have some kind of key levels, maybe gamma exposure levels, maybe not, whatever you're looking at. And then you could play from those levels and determine, like, so if we get a strong sell-off but we have positive market net flow, I would think that that'd be a good opportunity to try to scalp to the long side, right? That's kind of what we've been doing here. Or swing. I mean, it just depends on your style, whatever you do. But on occasion, I just post it in the Discord too, in the day trading pit there. That's momentum. It's a different indicator. So convergence, momentum. Those two separate ones. So. I've asked them to try to add it in so we can have that, but they don't have it yet. They haven't done it. What to do with everyone, specify what they're not doing. Because you can't do it. You just can't do that. You can't give specific financial advice. So you gotta talk about it, especially if you're a business. Some people are not, and they just say not financial advice. But any actual business that's actually supplying educational stuff will say it. Some people that just say it doesn't even matter, like an individual on Twitter that's not even, it's just like a random guy like that. It doesn't really, like, some people want to say it over and over, but yeah, it just, I can't, you can't comment on personal finances because you're not a personal financial advisor. You can only comment on your thoughts and go from what you see as far as educational purposes go. That's all. And I just got to say it because if people ask me if they should do this or do that, like the problem with that is they're trying to offload responsibility. I know it might not be like that at the beginning, especially, if I'm right, if I'm wrong, whatever the case is, but it is offloading a responsibility that they have to themselves to manage their own risk. So it's important and that's what I do here on the Discord. It's not an alert service. I don't tell people when to buy, when to sell. I want people to fish. I want people to see the research, right? See various things and incorporate it how it can work for them and figure out their own path in their own way. And during that process, I can share things that I do. And if it makes sense for you, then cool, you can utilize it. But if it doesn't, then don't use that. Trust me. Just don't use it if it doesn't work for you. I'm watching right now NQ kind of in this tick chart get a little bit burnt. I'm not a huge fan of how the chart itself looks right now. I'm looking on another screen because it's just now kind of breaking this little low here.
Just see
if we got a big flush and got a big deep reading, I might look into that. But SPY's coming back in. Might be watching around that 5,000. There's some flushes. See if we can get a little bit deeper of a reading here. Maybe I'll execute an MNQ contract. No, it didn't give me to. I'm being a little stingy here on this. Was a little stingy on that one. That'll happen.
And US President Trump says they had a great discussion on Iran
Was that VWAP?
Trades with Netanyahu.
So SPY he did have a conversation with Netanyahu. I don't know what I don't know. I took the feed off because I said I thought there was no conversation happening. Yeah, SPY came into daily VWAP. Good mention there. Stinky man. Exactly, Marmot. He just went live now, Jay Haas. I think I'm going to be cutting the stream anyway, so. Me tired. I'm hungry. Harsh, on what? Are you talking about like on 0 date levels, on the ones that I share or the ones from TradyTix? If you're pulling from TradyTix, make sure to just go to their YouTube channel and type in whatever it is that you're looking at. Because they'll walk you through like the red and the green bars and what that kind of resembles.
Will eliminate trade barriers.
But yeah, if not, I can try to respond a little bit later. But I'm gonna be calling it quits here because I'm lacking some energy right now, dudes. But I appreciate y'all showing up. Got everybody here on Twitch. A lot of new people out here on Twitch, so thanks. If you're new on Twitch, just know that the bigger channel is actually out on YouTube, where I do market briefs. If you're new on YouTube stream over here, make sure to subscribe. And thanks for engaging and helping with the stream here. Looks like we had a pretty decent show out today on today's price action. Big comeback overall. A lot of chop. You just got to be very careful. Right now, it's been a good time to fade the market, like in and out. So I've been doing shorter term trades. It's not for everybody. I don't expect it to be for everybody. It's working for me so far right now. I'll let you know when it stops working as good, or typically when that happens, it's less opportunities arrive in that environment. So it's important to know to push trades that don't work in that environment and trade the proper strategy for the proper environment. And right now, it just hasn't been for breakout trading, which is my bread and butter. So it's been more about protecting capital, and now it's been about just more active scalps here and there to try to make some extra change. But that's all I got for you today. Appreciate y'all being out here. Whew. Mahalo. See you, Barkster. See you, Old Grumpy Golden Seal Mare. See you, Doppler Palm Tree. DD Generator.
And Netanyahu says they are working
Exotic.
on another deal. He is speaking about
Mad Nepali. Pimp, SPS, Norman, Eco, Cav, Coach, Varma, Stinky, Chris, Colby, Med, Harsh, D Wood, Krishna, John, Max, Flylear. See you, Base, and once again, Base, if you're still here, thanks again for the super chat. That was very nice of you. Jill, Jay Haas, Max, Stinky, Wolf Banter, Colby again. Everybody, if I'm missing you, I'm sorry. Ruthless. Thanks, y'all, for all showing up. I got to get some air, and I need a little bit of food here. Billy Bob, see ya. Be careful, be safe. Toodaloo.